Good evening and welcome to the Conservation Commission meeting for the Town of Douglas on Monday, January 8th, 2024. This meeting is being recorded and broadcasted by Local Access Programming. Is there anyone here tonight in the audience recording tonight's meeting? No? Being said. All right. First item on the agenda is reorganization. Taking nominations for chairperson. Looking for a nomination for Mr. Fitzpatrick as chair.
We don't have a full board. Can we still reorganize
We need a chair
without
for
someone
tonight.
here?
At the very least.
So you're looking for a
Chair and a vice chair.
Yeah.
chair and a vice chair?
Yep.
I'll nominate Katie Grace Dudley for chair.
She's not here.
Pardon?
So we're looking for a nomination for Mr. Fitzpatrick as chair.
Oh, you already did
Can you
that.
identify yourself, please?
Yes, Matthew Benoit, Director of Community Development, Town of Douglas. Thank you. For nomination for Mr. Fitzpatrick as chair. Kick us off.
Is this for the entire year? Is this a nomination for the rest of the year, or is this a nomination for tonight? I don't understand.
This could be for tonight, this could be for the year, depends. But it's definitely for tonight.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, are you willing and able to take on the duties of chair for tonight? I'll nominate Mr. Fitzpatrick.
So a nomination for Mr. Fitzpatrick as chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Say aye.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Okay. So move for nomination for vice chair for this evening.
Mark? I nominate Mark.
Nomination's been made for Mr. Mungem as vice chair for this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, roll call.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Okay, chairmanship's yours, sir.
Then I would recommend that Joe move up to this spot.
Can I ask that you all speak up? We're having a hard time hearing back here. Thank you.
Do me a favor and move her stuff and do plate further down. Thank you. Leave that there.
This?
Yes. Thank you. There you go, Joe.
Thanks. Okay,
So just follow the agenda.
yep. So the reorganization is done, the mail in order, there's nothing
We
there?
cannot hear you.
Yeah, put your microphone.
Okay, the reorganization's been done, the mail, hold on a minute. There's no mail here, okay. We're going to table the meetings to the end. Do we have a vote on that?
That's fine, sure. Can table those.
Right?
I think we should get to them tonight, but
Yep.
they can come at the end.
Okay. So the first thing we got is 83 Island Road. 83 Island Road.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
What did you jump to?
So 83
83 Island Road. That's the first one. This is a
Discussion.
discussion for possible minor modification.
Good evening.
Evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Great. So,
Could you identify yourself, please?
yeah, sure. My name is Dave Berard. I'm the builder at 83 Island for Cutler Building. And the minor modification is solely taking the service off the front of the house and just putting it right next to the pole on a stand. A permanent stand. It's further away from the watershed, and it's closer to the service incoming into the home.
Okay, I have some pictures to share to help you give you an idea of what's going on. Yeah. So here's, that the right spot?
Sure is.
Good. So that's the first picture, looking in from the road, just looking to the right of the house, which would be to the, I forget. Here's the DP number, which is up, and left side of the house. Did I even get the front of the house?
You did on the first
In
picture.
the first one. Let's go back to the first picture, and I'll just zoom in. Okay. So go ahead.
So existing, what was originally planned was the service was to come in underneath the window. You can see.
Which window?
Would you want me to stand up and show you?
If you can reach.
I mean, so if you bring the cursor down to the left,
Over here.
yep, the service
here.
was going to come in right there.
Yep.
And the client, there is going to be finished stone there, all custom stonework, and the client would just like to remove the service from there and bring it out 17 feet towards the pole that was in
Around here?
one. Yes. Well, it'll be to the left, but yeah, it'll be right behind the pole.
Okay. Oh, right over here.
Yep, right to the right of that, but
Okay. More or less where the sign is?
pretty much, yes.
Okay. All right, so the pond's, well, it's actually on both sides, but it's closer to the other side of the house here. And let me just go up. So here we go, the left side of the house. Now I'm standing by the well. So the meter's proposed on the right-hand side over here.
Yes.
Lake's on the left side. I see this as a minor modification. Really, it's on the non-lake side in an area that's already well within the approved limit of disturbance between the house and the road. So I would recommend approval as a minor field change, and I don't really think that this one comes up to the level of requiring an amendment to the order of conditions, but I'll give it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a minor change in what you want to do, just moving a pole. Looking for a motion.
I'll move that we approve this change to the meter location as a minor modification to the plan, not requiring any change to the NOI.
Do we have a second? Any discussion? Anything from the audience?
Anybody on Zoom?
Anybody on Zoom?
And I would recommend stating the address once again for the folks on Zoom.
Okay, this is 80, let me see, 83 Island Road?
Yep.
83 Island Road. Is there anything, anybody online has any comments? Okay. We'll go to a vote.
Mark Mungem, approve.
Eric Harris, aye. I'd go right to Mike.
Mike Greco, aye.
And Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Okay. A note will be put on the file. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd recommend that we move up the CRG 105 and 123 Gilboa Street to the next item of business.
I'm going to go from Gilboa is going to be before Oak Street.
Yeah, okay. So item 4.
So we're going to do Cubes of Gilboa now, ahead of Oak Street Solar.
Is there a representative of the applicant here?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Todd Moore, if the Zoom please.
Can you hold on a minute? Let me just get situated here.
Is the developer here as well? Or present?
Let me,
He was
let
gonna
me-
be-
Let me open it.
Okay.
Roush, the place goes on the call.
Okay, next, we're going to do CIG 105, 123 Gilboa Street. This is the Cubes in Douglas. And you here to present it?
I am. As you noted, Mitch Roush from Clayco, the contractor, is also on the,
Could you identify yourself, please?
sure, Todd Morey from Beals Associates.
Thank you.
I did bring some drawings, and let's pass around a bit. So that way, as well as a letter. And actually, I should have held one of those back. There's one extra copy of those. That'd be great. A letter that we had written quite literally the day after what I believe we're here to talk about this evening. So, there were a couple of pretty significant storms from middle December on, specifically December 11th and December 18th, that resulted in the overtopping of the primary infiltration basin and some other damage that occurred, including a washout of a roadway and the constructed slope right next to it. As I think most of the members of the commission already know, we appeared last week with the Uxbridge Conservation Commission to discuss this matter with them. And the plan that I just circulated was really a graphic that I had prepared to kind of help them see what was going on and look at the project. They are not as familiar with the project as you folks are. We did not seek any permits through that Conservation Commission for this. The planning board we had seen for subdivision, and just a heads up of what was going on, but the Conservation Commission really had never seen this project. So I prepared that, and I thought it might be pretty good to use to follow along, because it does show the entire site, all the various resource areas, and a lot of the drainage features that I'd like to discuss. The other thing I circulated was a letter that we wrote the day after the December 18th storm, and really it's going to form the outline of what I'd like to present to you this evening. It's essentially what happened, why it happened, and what needs to occur going forward, based on our discussions back and forth with Clayco and some various site representatives, as well as Mr. Allen. So, getting right into it, what happened on Monday, December 11th, there was a storm, right around 2 inches of rainfall that hit the area. The site itself is probably, the project itself is probably around 90+% complete. All the paving is down, all the concrete is down, the building is up and fully enclosed. I believe there's some windows that still need to be put in, and then they're working on interior fit out as well. The vast majority of the site grading has been completed, but there are a lot of areas of denuded soils. So on the 11th, that storm came through the infiltration basin, the open air infiltration basin, which is kind of at the top of that sheet.
Can we put this up so people can see it?
I'm going to bring up a picture.
Located right here above the building. Plan north of the building. That one right there. Filled to capacity during that storm. That got our attention. That got us very nervous about why it did that. The following Thursday, I was out on site with representatives of CRG, and we walked around trying to determine what was going on there. The first thing that became immediately apparent, besides the overall completion of the grades, but still nothing had grown yet, was the fact that the ground was starting to freeze. There were several 3-to-1 slopes that I walked up and did not leave a single footprint behind me. So the ground is frozen at that point. That was on Thursday of that week. The following Monday, December 18th, we got about 5 inches of rain in a fairly short period of time. What we witnessed there was early in the morning, we were contacted by members of the construction team that the basin had overtopped the road, and water was starting to flow down over the riprap slope that's just on the, well, I'm going to say plan northerly side. There's a little orange area that's indicated on that drawing that I circulated. That was fairly early in the morning. I got to work around 7:30, and I got the phone call from them shortly after that. So that happened early. By about 10 o'clock, they were starting to get concerned about that slope eroding. Shortly after that, what had happened was the water flowing over the road was going with such a velocity, there was a gap between the curb and where the riprap started. It had eroded that short area. Basically under the, if you've been up through there, basically under the guardrail is where I'm talking about. Once that erosion started, that slope slid, and that's what resulted in a lot more of the damage. Some of you may have seen, I think Mr. Mungine is definitely on the email chain that goes around. Mr. Allen circulated a video that he took, which I believe was right around 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon. The road had started to partially collapse at that point. By the time this was all over, about a third of the road had collapsed in that area. A few of the utilities had also gone with it. That slope had gone. There are 2 areas below there that we've talked about in the past. One is shown just at the end of this orange area. It's an outlined dark line. It had been referred to in some circles as Wetland D. I don't think it's actually, it was never actually called a wetland. It was originally flagged by myself. I hung flags there to go back and investigate it as a vernal pool. We never saw any evidence of a vernal pool, and it just never became anything. But the more significant one is this blue area shaded in the back, and this is over in Uxbridge as well. This is Wetland C. While it's not a bordering vegetated wetland, depending on the time of year you look at it, and depending on the time of year you take the area of the water surface, you could either call that isolated land subject to flooding, or you could call that land underwater, both of which are protected by the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. And I told Uxbridge Conservation Commission this the other night. I'll tell you this the same thing. I'm not going to debate which one of the 2 it is. It's something, and it is protected, and we'll just concede to that. It's not. I'm not going to debate it. It is. So water flowed through that first depression, carrying with it a lot of the larger stone and a lot of sediment. Most of it was deposited at that point. The water level kept rising. There's about a 5-foot tall saddle point in between those 2 depressions. Water came up over the top of that and got into the back pond. I'll call it a pond for now. Got into the back pond. And from what we can tell, it was purely turbid water that got in there. I'm not meaning to downplay that. I'm just stating it for what it is. Most of the gross sediment and all of the riprap had dropped out of the flow by that point. So what got into that back pond was turbid river. We, throughout the day, we were notified of it. I actually started writing this letter probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 18th. We issued it the following day. But like I said, I wanted to go through first what happened. So those are the things that happened. The next question is why it happened. Well, it happened for a lot of different reasons, none of which, I've told this to several people. I told this to Uxbridge the other night. I've told this to the contractors. I've said it to CRG, now I'll say it to you. I think if this had happened in July, I'm not sure we'd be sitting here having the same conversation. In July, probably some of the vegetation would have grown in those areas. Certainly the soils would have been a lot more permeable. And same storm event, I think a lot of that would have absorbed into the ground before it ever got to the infiltration basin. The other thing that concerned me was when that pond came up on the 11th, it went back down, but it never really went totally back down. I don't know, you had a picture just a moment ago. Could you put that back up?
Yeah.
While we're waiting for that, yeah. So kind of, yeah. So after the storm on the 11th, it went down a little bit lower than that, but there was still a bit of a pool there. That shouldn't have happened. That pond should have completely drained out. It should have infiltrated completely. During the storm on the 18th, at the height of the storm, Clayco representatives went out and pulled the covers. If you recall, during the original permitting, we talked about not only this infiltration system, but there were 2 other very, very large infiltration galleries that are underneath the loading areas. One is located right here, and the other one is a series of tanks back here. These tanks are all 15 feet deep, concrete tanks. So when they're empty, 15 feet of space in those. They pulled the covers on those to take a look to make sure those were functioning as well. After they saw the pond go up and over, there was still 8 feet of clearance in those tanks. So those tanks were draining very, very rapidly. The difference between those tanks and that pond is the only thing that's tributary to those tanks is the rooftop. 1.1 million square feet of rooftop goes into those tanks, meaning it's all clean water. There's no chance for erosion on it. There's no turbidity in that water. It's all clean water. It goes right into those things. So those were infiltrating rapidly, just like the whole system was designed to do. We also went back, we looked at what we had for information. We had about 8 to 10 borings and test pits that had been done in and around the vicinity of that infiltration basin, as well as quite a few through the rest of the site. I think there was probably close to 100 borings and test pits done across this site. But I really wanted to just focus on the infiltration ones. We saw the exact same soil regime that we saw throughout the entire site. It was a coarse to medium sand and gravel all the way down through the various borings. So the storm of the 18th comes along, does those things. Like I said, the other infiltration systems were functioning as they were intended. This comes back on the next set of photographs that we saw, besides being out on site and looking at the damage that occurred, was there was an erosion control observation performed by SWCA, who's under contract with Clayco, on December 28th. I'm sorry, on January 5th. The last rain before then was about a half an inch of rain on December 28th. That's why I got the dates confused. So it had been about 8 days between the rain events. And again, I believe Mr. Mungeam's on that. I don't know, Brandon, if you're on those SWIFT reports yet or not. I know there was some communication to get you added on those.
I've gotten a couple. I'd like to be on those regularly.
Yep, yeah, it's been noted. So on the January 5th one, there was another photograph of the pond where you could see it still had a permanent pool in it, 8 days after it had stopped raining. So that's concerning as well. So where we're at with what happened was that this pond is draining out of its side slopes, infiltrating out the side slopes like it should, but out of the bottom, we believe it's sediment. There's some sediment that's occurred on the bottom. The construction team has prepared the bottom as in accordance with the plans, but I think the issue that it's facing is that there's still an awful lot of tributary area to it that's not stabilized yet. In these kind of infiltration ponds, whether they're ponds like this, whether they're underground systems, doesn't really matter. Anytime you have an infiltration practice, you should never have turbid water of any kind in it. That water should be fairly clear that goes into it. And we just don't have the cases, we just don't have that in this pond right now. So that's what we need to work towards. So what happened, discuss that, why it happened. We believe that the site needs more stabilization. We believe that the winter stabilization measurements that we had in the plan set still hold, are still valid. They just need to be implemented. We know that a lot of that work is ongoing right now, but a lot of attention has also been paid to cleaning up some of the damage that's occurred. So in this letter, we've asked that the winter measures get put in. We'd like all denuded soils to be covered up with either stone riprap or an erosion control blanket. Those are the requirements that are in the winter controls in the plan set that was approved. And then furthermore, as that gets repaired, we want an additional blanket of riprap up and over the bank, also extending down into the pond side. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay, so just to go back now, so all your roof drains, you're saying are going to these tanks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, where's all the parking lot drains go?
Some of the parking lot drains go into the tanks, and some goes into this infiltration system. Parking lot in the back goes into the tanks as well.
Okay. And I'm looking at your plan you got here from the infiltration basin 1, and the slope looks like it's purposely sloped to go out. The area broke out, you wanted the water to go out in that area, correct?
Only in an extreme event.
Okay.
Correct.
And you put 6-inch riprap?
6 to 12-inch riprap on the back side of that.
Okay. Because the hydraulics of that would move that rock like this, like it's not even there. So I think that whatever was designed there, it wasn't figured in
And that's why.
the adequate
Yeah.
amount of flow that's going to be going there.
And if you, well, under most circumstances, there would be no flow going there.
Okay.
That's for
What-
back-to-back 100-year storms is what that was.
So you use this as a 100-year storm is what you designed this out to?
2 100-year storms in that basin. Yep.
Okay. So,
Were these storms 100-year storms?
The one on the 18th, I believe, exceeded it because it was a shorter duration than 24 hours. It was 5
A
inches. total.
2-inch rain, you said, and that's a 100-year.
No, on the 18th, you got over 5 inches.
Where'd you get the 5 inches from? Because I've got a,
Worcester Airport.
okay.
It's not a closer area to get information from?
Because the information I got was like, we got 3 3/4 inches.
No,
Over a short period.
I don't have a rain gauge
Yeah.
right here, so,
And I know a 100-year storm is 6+ inches over 24 hours.
in 24 hours, correct.
Right.
Well, that's, TR-40's, what, 7 inches? Right? Alice 14's
Yeah.
around low 8s.
Yep. And we either use NOAA or Cornell. I don't know. I don't
So
recall
so
which one we used for this.
so you use the 8-inch design rate?
Yep.
So it's designed for back-to-back 100-year storms, so we're talking about 16 inches of rain in a 24-hour period.
Correct.
That's what it's designed for.
Yep.
So it's designed for 16, and you got, well, let's say it was 5. Let's just say, for argument's sake, it was 5. That's, you know,
Right, so the design
Well under.
is under.
It was designed for a lot of rain.
It doesn't appear that way.
No, it doesn't,
Well, like I said, you've got to take into account the fact that it's not infiltrating right now.
right, you got to take into account that you've got a breakout area there in extreme conditions that is supposed to handle that water.
Yes.
And what it did is it took the curb out, took the road out, took everything out, like it wasn't even there.
Oh, I'm aware
So,
of what
well, what I'm saying is, you're telling me that's designed for that, but you're not even a third of the way there. So the design has definitely got a problem.
The
And
problem,
putting the riprap, wait a minute, I'll let you speak. Okay, let me finish. So if you're going to put riprap back there, and you're going to put 6 inch in there, I don't have any confidence it's going to be any better than what you got now.
well, like I said, we asked for 12 to 24-inch riprap, 24-inch thick layer of it, on the backside as well as on the pond side. We also need to have the infiltrative capacity of that pond restored.
Okay?
Right now, that pond is not infiltrating. There's a permanent pool of water sitting in the bottom of that.
Yeah?
So there's no water draining out of the bottom of it. When you have an infiltration system that's not infiltrating, you've got a problem.
So what's been done in the past 2 weeks to remove that water, to remove the silt and get it
We
infiltrating
haven't
again?
done anything yet, because
Okay,
we had to go through the process to get the enforcement order through Uxbridge Conservation so we could start cleaning up on that side.
no.
And now we're cleaning it up.
No, it has no impact on doing work.
Well, that's.
On the
that's what we were
site,
told, that we
to
need
correct the
enforcement
site.
order.
So you had approval to do maintenance on the site, if you don't mind.
No, okay.
You had approval for the plan to implement the plan that we approved at this board. You wouldn't have needed an emergency order to continue executing your existing plan.
Yeah, that's fair.
So right now, we're sitting, well, I know the road's been repaired somewhat, because I seen that was put
Yeah,
back.
it's not complete yet, but
What is your repair plan for that banking? You putting fabric under it? You doing anything other than just a riprap, and that's it?
Mitch?
Mitch Roush?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was originally geogrid underneath that, so that'll go back, and right now we're just ready when the weather allows for us to start cleaning things up. At that point, we're just going to, the plan was to put it back as the original design.
You could be waiting until May for the weather to change at this point.
And my concern is, they're talking 2 to 3 inches Tuesday?
Tuesday into Wednesday.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
And with the snow we already
On top of the
got,
snow.
on the snow we got already, that's another inch. You got 3 inches right there.
Yeah.
And you're telling me the
Well,
pond's
the
on,
areas washed out. We have 17 tons of 6-inch riprap down there in that area, so we'll prevent it from washing out any further.
Right, but it could still take the turbid water that's already in infiltration basin 1, bring it over top of the road, and have it continue to add sediment to those welling areas, which, and I watched the Uxbridge meeting online, the recording anyway, and there's a very good chance that those wetlands down there are potential vernal pools. So turbid water going into the springtime is not going to go very well for the species that might be in there.
Yeah, I think during that meeting, we had discussed looking into getting some kind of a commercial filtration tank back through there.
A frac tank
Yeah.
with some flock logs, I remember
Yep.
hearing that.
Yep. The question is, logistically, can we do that without causing too much damage getting it back in there? So that's one thing that needs to be looked at.
Well, my question is, how could you do more damage than what's already been done?
It's quite a bit. I mean, I had some pictures that I took down there, and it's washed out quite a bit.
Yeah, this is, we're talking about in the back pond. The-
Oh, in the back pond?
Yeah.
I looked immediately over the silt fence, and it's washed out considerable. And that's certainly what I would have called the
You can't see
wetlands
the back
area.
pond from the roadway.
No, that's not, I said, on the other side of the silt fence, that was at the bottom of that banking. It's washed out quite a ways from there.
That's correct, it is. Yep.
And I would definitely consider that wetlands.
I can bring up Fitzpatrick pictures if you like.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go, starting at 340.
Yep, that was the pond on the 23rd when we were there. And this is what, 5 days after the event?
That would be 5 days after the event.
So my,
Second of it.
Yes.
so the ponds, on the design, what are they designed to drain at what rate? Should I see it 4 days, 5 days, what?
Less than 3 days.
It's supposed to be
So-
72 hours. These are dry basins, right?
Yes.
So the standard is that they're supposed to dry out, and drain within 72
Right.
hours.
Yep.
And they've been holding water for weeks.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's a serious flaws there that is definitely going to be looked into.
Like I said, the bottoms have sediment in them that needs to come out.
This is what I'm looking at. I'm saying there's your 6-inch riprap all the way down into the woods past the silt fence like it wasn't even there.
So if they're just replacing that as a means to repair it right now, how is that going to hold again if we have another storm?
The
It
riprap
looks, I
needs,
think it's going to do the exact same thing.
the riprap needs to come up over the shoulder of that embankment all the way up to the curb. It also needs to be on the backside in the pond, right? And the rest of the site needs to be stabilized. Okay? So that's a big component of it. So,
Absolutely, absolutely. So why is the site not been stabilized? Why have the
I don't have
banks
an answer for that.
not been stabilized over these last 3 weeks since that storm?
Around, well, even that there, around the detention pond.
That's what
looked
I
at
mean.
it. That wasn't stabilized.
That's what I mean. That's the
That
area
was-
that needs to be stabilized immediately.
I fully agree.
I think
And-
the best way to do that,
And there was some reference to it being frozen.
Yeah, I
I don't
wanna
know where that
refute
came
that.
from.
It wasn't
I don't know
frozen.
where it came from being frozen.
What was
'Cause
frozen? The pond was
the
never frozen.
The area.
The
ground-
area.
The ground was frozen.
No, it wasn't.
No.
I keep track of the
Thursday before,
temperatures.
the ground was frozen. I walked on it.
Maybe
Didn't
it
leave
was
any
3 days
footprints in it.
before, but it was 50 degrees the day before we had
When
that.
it was raining, it was not, there was a lot of mud around, so I would have to say that I don't think it was raining. I mean, it was frozen at that point, to be honest with you.
But it was still completely denuded, and it was acting in an impervious state. All the rain that came down ran off. There was no rain absorbing into the ground.
Okay, so the plan, if I get it correct now, you're just going to replace the stone, is that what you're telling me?
No, I'll say it again. We're going to add on top of that an additional layer of 12 to 18-inch riprap, minimum of 24 inches thick, on both sides of the roadway.
In your letter, you stated that you would be reviewing the need for a piped outlet.
That's correct.
Has that been reviewed?
That has been reviewed.
And are you providing a piped outlet?
We are not going to provide a piped outlet.
Okay. So will you be sharing with us this design of the outfall that's going to keep
I will.
this slope from washing out in the future?
I will.
And have you
Cross-section-
considered raising the bank to be able to increase the volume in that detention basin? Because it's clear to me that the volume is not enough.
I don't agree with that. The volume is more than enough. The problem that we're facing right now is that there is no outlet of water. The water is not draining out the bottom. It's an infiltration basin. When you
Right,
have
and
no
it's acting like an impoundment.
I agree. I agree completely. When you have no infiltration out of the bottom of the pond, then you do not have the water escaping and you don't have the volume available. That is the problem that we have right now. As far as the underlying soils capacity, if it could get through that sediment, it would drain as designed. We know that because the adjacent underground tanks drained completely, very rapidly during these storm events and had excess capacity. There was double the capacity in those tanks than what we needed for this storm. And that's what it was designed for. And it functioned exactly according to design. I have full confidence that if the bottom of these ponds were not undergoing a sediment issue, that we would have no problem with the volume here. I mean, think about how an infiltration basin is designed. The water has to go out through the bottom. If the water doesn't go through the bottom, then you have a volume problem. This is the exact problem that we faced on the 18th. We have a volume problem.
So moving forward for this Tuesday night storm, how are you going to keep the basin from overflowing, or what emergency actions are you going to be there to take to keep it from overflowing?
They are trying to stabilize as much of the site as possible and get as much of that embankment repaired as possible before then.
I keep hearing about the bank next to the driveway and repair the driveway, but what about the bank to the detention basin?
If you have
Inside the detention
If you
basin?
have sediment going into the
Yes, you
basin,
have all kinds of sediment
Right.
on that slope that
So there's-
keeps going into the basin.
There's multiple layers of sediment barrier that needs to be put in. I know at least one row of that has been put in. I'm hoping a second row of it gets put in, as per the original plans.
well, be honest with you, from what I'm hearing right now, I don't have much confidence in this thing not overflowing again, okay?
Exactly.
Because you got the bottom of the basin that you're telling me is not letting the water through,
correct.
okay? So we're not really going to address that. We're going to build up the banking next to the road with 12 to 24-inch riprap and keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully that doesn't. I mean, I'm looking at design. I mean, I don't know, again, I'm not an engineer, but I have played around a lot with materials. I did excavating myself. When you drain everything down to one point, which is what you did, you exactly funneled it where it broke out, and that should have been either armored wall or something else of a larger capacity.
Well, I think if it had been designed to discharge on a regular basis, on a non-emergency basis, I think it probably would have been. But if we have, let's just take a look at a typical detention basin, retention basin, or infiltration basin, and you have an emergency overflow on the end of it. What size riprap do you normally put on those emergency overflows? I'll tell you what the answer is. It's 6 to 12-inch riprap, because they're not designed to discharge on a regular basis, only under an extreme circumstance. And that's exactly what this is. This is an emergency overflow that you would see on any other basin. The difference is, please don't shake your head, the difference is that instead of just having a 15-foot gravel access road the DEP requires, we have a 30-foot paved road that goes across it. That's the only difference.
But the other thing too is if you had a pipe there and you had your 6 to 12-inch riprap, like you're saying, okay, this bank in here is 40, 45 degrees at best.
The bank may have stayed up, but we still would have had the extreme discharge into those two depressions, the wetland and the depression. We still would have had that discharge. Had we-
So have you put a repair plan other than what we're discussing? Is there anything on paper on this repair plan?
There's nothing on paper yet.
Okay. So I mean, I'd like to see a repair order put into place, an emergency repair of some sort, and
Yeah, I mean, I recommend we get an enforcement order, and we talk about fines in this regard.
I definitely agree with you. There's got to be an enforcement order here. I want to see some plans that are realistic to handle it. You already know what you're up against. You already had a sample of it. So I want to see some plans that are going to handle that condition. And like I said, I definitely think that there should be some fines levied on this until this thing is corrected. Any discussion?
In my previous experience on this board, my understanding was the maximum fine was $300 per day. I don't know how many days it was since they last met. You can count them, but we're at $4,200 if we just count the 2 weeks.
Yeah, that doesn't cover what I think we should be fining them.
Then we need to change the bylaws to how much we're allowed to fine. What I had asked to do, but somebody's got to write it, and it's work that we haven't made the time to do.
Right.
So, to clarify, Section 13 of Article 8, Douglas Wetlands Protection Bylaw, states, and I'll quote it, "Any person who violates any provision in this bylaw or any condition or a permit issued pursuant to it shall be punished by a fine of not more than $200 each day or a portion thereof which violation continues shall constitute constitute a separate offense. So you're limited to $200 a day.
Yep, okay,
Right.
so it's 2, I thought it was 3.
Yeah.
So,
Now, as far as going retroactive, I don't recommend doing that. If you're going to do that, you could start today, and you can have it go as long as you think it needs to go. So, for example, Town of Sutton gave Blue Wave over at Oak Street a $300 a day, because they can do $300 a day.
Right.
They gave them $300 days for 90 days, at which point there would be a reassessment, okay? So that's one way to do it. You can have it, go to a date certain, number of days certain, or you could say, it's going to be a fine of $200 a day until such time the restoration plan is approved or submitted or the work is done. However you want to do it. But I wouldn't go retroactive, but you can start today if that's the way you want to go.
That's the way I want to go.
I would say that we're going to implement a fine starting today, and we're going to take it into a point. How long do you figure this is going to take you to get this thing straightened out? Get us a set of plans that I want to get someone else to review it, the repair plans, and then to get the work done.
Yeah, we can turn plans around pretty quick. I mean, that's, like I said, we've already conceptualized what the repair needs to be. We just need to draw it up right now.
Okay? And then we can get a peer review on the plans?
Yeah, so what I would do is I would talk about, so the fines have to be associated with an enforcement order.
Right.
So you need a motion to issue an enforcement order. Before you do that, I would recommend talking about what the order is going to be. And there's 3 check boxes on the WPA form, Form 9. And I guess you could tell me if you agree with this. The property owner, his agents, permittees, and all others shall immediately cease and desist from any activity affecting the buffer zone and/or resource areas. Okay? That's the first checkbox. Second box is resource area alterations resulting from said activity shall be corrected, and the resource areas returned to their original condition. That's where it gets a little tricky, because the resource areas are actually in Uxbridge. Uxbridge already has an enforcement order requiring that, okay? But they only took, and I watched the meeting from this past Wednesday. They're focusing on the resource areas that are in Uxbridge. But this is the source. So I think this is just as applicable as fixing, because why do anything down there until you have the source fixed, right?
Yep.
So the third box is a restoration plan shall be filed with the issuing authority on or before whatever date. The Uxbridge Conservation Commission had a date of January 16th. So is that?
That's fine.
Is that forthcoming to Uxbridge? Like, you still working on that?
Yep.
So, I mean, what timing, is that still reasonable?
I mean, if you want to keep January 16th as the date, that's fine with us.
Okay, and that would include all of the correction measures would be done on site as well?
I don't know if the work would be done on site.
Well, not the work necessarily, but
Oh, but the plans
the
and
plan, the
documentation.
narrative, whatever,
Yep.
if you have to do any engineering, et cetera, et cetera.
No, it would be.
Okay, so then, to the chair, I would recommend asking for a motion for an enforcement order with a restoration plan be filed with the Conservation Commission on or before January 16th of 2024. And if you decide to do so, you can say an enforcement order with fines and discuss how you want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll make that motion that we do.
I have one question
Yep.
about that motion. So if we're expecting those to arrive on the 16th, is the responsibility of the chair then to verify that it's been submitted on the 16th, because we don't have a meeting until later? That's a Tuesday.
Right, the chair, myself, I can,
Can verify that, all right.
right, I'm on the email chains with Mr. Maury, so that can be
I just
shared
wanted to check the
with the chair,
logistics.
yes. Yeah, and the question is, like, do you want to do fines, and how do you want to, do you want to do them to a date certain, to so many days, just until a restoration plan is received, until the work is done, so
Well, we
that's
got to
all.
get his first motion through,
Yeah,
right?
let's get the first one.
Well, it's not his motion, he's the chair, so.
Right, you can't make the motion.
Sorry.
Anymore.
Apologies. Let's work through that before, right? We have to do step one.
Sure.
Excellent. So did you finish what you were proposing?
Yeah, they propose that we're going to, there's so much going on here.
We're going to get the plan by
We're going to get the plan by the 16th and have a peer review on it, correct?
All right, so
Okay.
moved, the plan for the 16th.
Right.
And peer review.
Does it need to be peer reviewed by the 16th?
No, well, the 16th, it's due.
It's
Do the
due on the
16th.
Due the
16th,
16th.
and
Well,
the
so
plan
obviously
be
the
peer
will
reviewed.
come out.
And then we will
Right.
peer review it. All right, so moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Mark Manjamai.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
All right, so if I understand the motion, it was to issue an enforcement order with a restoration plan required by January 16, 2024.
Right.
Okay.
Which will be peer reviewed also. Okay. Second, the fines. I mean, I'd like to see fines until this thing is restored.
Motion, I make a motion that we would like to issue fines in the amount of $200 per day until the plan that we plan to receive on the 16th has been implemented.
We have a motion, we have a second?
Can,
What were you going to add, Mark?
well, we receive a plan on the 16th, but we may not approve it on the 16th.
Correct.
It may have some adjustments following that, so I don't want to say that we're going to, that's the plan that they're going to implement if it's going to get adjustments. So can we revise the motion to say, to receive the plan, review it, and amend it as necessary, and follow the amended
I
plan?
will agree, yes. So the motion then is to issue the fine of $200 per day until the plan, which the board would then receive, review, and approve, would be implemented.
So, question, can you define implemented? Does that mean implemented, like the work has to be done?
Completed.
Yes.
Correct.
The physical work with the so-called
Right.
big yellow machines has to be done?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then we can't, I don't want to tell them not to start anything. I want them to be able to
Correct.
keep going, right?
Yep.
So the fines would start
Today.
today,
Yep.
and they would run through until all the work is complete.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Even if there's a delay in the peer review, even if there's back and forth on what this plan is?
Correct.
So, one of the the limitations I have, I don't have a ticket book yet to be able to do this. And the tickets have to be written out day by day individually and be brought at least no less than, and delivered by certified mail or hand delivery to the applicant and to the Uxbridge District Court within 15 days of issuing, right? Each time you write a ticket, it has to be issued within 15 days of writing it up, okay? I need a ticket book, so basically we got 2 weeks to do that. And of course, the applicant or the quote-unquote violator will have an option to pay the fines within 21 days of receipt or request a hearing in court. Yeah. Yeah, so just need a motion in a second.
Yep.
Second,
Vote, all in favor? Excuse me, you get a second. Is there anything from the audience? Is there anything from anybody online? Okay.
Mitch, you still online?
Yeah, I'm here. I got nothing because I got to deal with it.
No, I just wanted to know if you had any questions.
Mark Manjamai.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you, Don.
Actually,
What's this?
missing Jim Paul,
Jim.
strike Jim Paul. F-O-R-A-N, absent.
Okay. Okay, we're going to open the public.
Oh,
Oh,
yep. So, get a little ahead of myself. So there was a full ratification of the enforcement order right there. So we have enforcement, the signature page to sign, so I'll be getting those out before the end of the night.
okay.
Yep.
All set?
All set.
Okay, opening the public hearing on Oak Street Solar Project. Is there someone here for it?
Excuse me, sir.
Hello?
How you doing? Okay, so we visited the site on the 23rd and took a look what's going on up there. Was after the event that we had, and I'd like to know what your plans are as far as stabilizing the area up there. Okay, because I didn't feel that it was adequately stabilized when I was up there. And maybe you can run us through what your plans are. Because like, again, you heard the last meeting that we have a lot of rain coming, so I want to know what we're in for. How much of the area has been cleared? That's my first question. Of the site, how much of the site has been cleared for your project?
Do you mind bringing up our,
What would you like me to bring up?
The presentation we sent,
Oh,
that has kind of a progress photo from before the event till current day.
okay, so I asked you to send it to me by email, right?
Yes, I sent it to both your Douglas and your Ecotech, or your other emails.
Systems. So I just, when did you send it?
I think the first one went out around 3:30, and the second one was on the phone earlier today.
Mr. Chair, we'd be happy. We just have provided a presentation to illustrate answers to
Well, I
questions.
tell you
Hold on.
what, if you can ask for sharing, if you're on Zoom.
No.
Jeffrey, our EOR is online. Jeffrey, would you
Let
mind
him-
sharing
he
that?
can-
Okay, hold on a minute. I just need you guys to identify yourself here, okay? Because we have people trying to take notes, and it's kind of difficult for anybody to realize who's speaking, so if you would direct anything through the chair, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, my name is Greg Morehouse. I'm the project manager for Mill Creek Renewables, the EPC contractor for this project.
Jason Smith, Blue Wave, Vice President of Project Execution.
Devin Herrick, wetland scientist with Weston and Sampson.
And Mark Sylvia, Chief of Staff at Blue Wave.
Jeff?
And on Zoom, you have Jeff Murphy, civil engineer with Beals and Thomas, project engineer.
Okay.
Jeff, do you mind bringing up the presentation?
Yes.
Can we give Mr. Murphy sharing ability? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sure. So give me a second. Okay, can everybody see the screen I'm sharing?
Thank you.
Can,
So I think we're all aware of the events of the
Randy,
11th.
excuse me a minute, can we move that screen, because I think people in the audience can't see it.
Try it together.
Okay.
Can you see it now? Okay. Thank you.
Jeff, you can go next slide, please.
Yeah.
So we prepared an update for you in chronological order of the work that has been performed since the second event, and also since the site walk. We can walk you through. We walked the site on the 23rd, since that's where we started the conversation. On the 26th, the wetland engineer, as well as the agent for the commission here, Brandon, and I walked the entire affected area to be able to understand exactly what area the turbidity the silt had left the site. You can see on the 3rd, I think everybody walked the site again, and then on the 3rd, there was an enforcement order provided to us by Sutton. And then you can also see here, we presented at the town of Sutton. The entire time this was going on, I think one of the things to point out, unlike the other individuals that were here, we did not have a basin that failed. At the site walk, I want to point out also that Art Allen had confirmed that every single one of our ECMs and BMPs on our plan set were implemented during the events of the 11th and the 18th. Between the 23rd and the 3rd that you see here, we can go on to a next slide, the basin continued to be constructed. When the events hit, it was at the commencement of the construction of Basin 5, which is a part of the sequencing events that were approved by the town of Phase 3 of construction. I want to point that out one more time, that there was not a failure of the basin like the people before us, that we are in the commencement of the construction of Basin 5 when the events occurred.
Okay, I just want to clarify, we're going to stick to this case, and what happened before has no relevance really. So let's just stick with the Oak Street project, if you would, please.
That's great. The basin was commenced, it was not constructed. And Jeff, can you go to the next slide, please? The remediation on the Douglas side for the silt that left has already begun by the use of a vacuum truck, and I think that we can have our wetland scientists speak to the remediation that has occurred, and then we can discuss exactly what construction has occurred, and then answer your direct question of what types of stabilization is a part of construction that have been put in place since the 23rd.
Just please speak into the microphone.
Absolutely. So again, my name is Devin Herrick. I'm a wetland scientist with Weston & Sampson. I was brought on to develop a remediation plan for the wetland resources that are present. On the 3rd, I was out on site with the team. There was a vacuum truck that was present. It was backed up as close to the limit of the erosion controls as they could along a temporary access road. Hose was brought out, and that vacuum was used to start removing the material that was on site. I would say they got about half of the material removed. There is still about half left to go, but it was being very effective, and it was able to get down to the native soil surface.
And what plans do you have for the water?
For the water.
For Manchog Pond, Stevens Pond?
I'm uncertain. I just want to make sure that we stick to the plan. You had said that other things aren't relevant. Would we talk about the pond at Douglas, or would we?
We're talking about the Oak Street project and what effect it had on the area, okay?
Okay.
What I'm saying is what happened with another site in town,
right,
where you kept referencing that it failed.
So Brandon, have you submitted the remediation plan here to the town of Douglas yet?
I have sent around the versions up to version 2.
Yeah, I read that version.
Okay.
Did they put the second curtain that I asked?
Yes.
That's been put in?
That is it.
Okay.
Do we want to go through, you're interested in the...
No, because you're in your plan, you had that you're going to put divers in, they're going to check the silt levels in the pond.
Mm-hmm.
When is the projected, you're going to be doing that?
We have requests out to divers to get information from them about when they can safely go out. We're assuming at this point that divers can't go in under ice conditions, but we're still trying to hear from them as to what they can safely do to get an assessment done.
Okay.
So as soon as humanly possible. Yep.
Okay, so let me just shift back to the site walk that we did on the 23rd, okay?
Jeff, can you go to the next page, please?
So when I was out there on that site walking it, what I noticed a lot of sediment in your riprap areas running down to your dam areas. Was a lot of riprap there, silt there, and the bankings as we got up to the top, up to the area where you had a breakthrough, and
Yep.
actually you're cleaning up now. Those bankings were not protected. Those bankings, when I was standing on the road, I was looking over the banking. It started at a 45-degree slope, and then it almost went straight down at some point.
Yeah,
Okay?
so
Part of, is he discussing?
the backside of the bank of Basin 5. So at the time of the site walk, all we had done on that basin was we had it roughed in. We were able to build it up to give it storage capacity because we wanted to get that done as soon as humanly possible. And in the past 2 weeks since we've did that site walk, we have finished the slope, compacted, and we put about half the slope is covered with erosion control blankets now, and the other half we've been clearing the site, clearing the snow off the back of that, and putting more erosion control blankets down today. And we're expected to finish that tomorrow in preparation for the storm Tuesday night.
Okay, have you done any elevation grade shots up there? Any engineering?
We have not done a LiDAR, we have not done any elevation, but we do plan to do one in the near future.
Okay, because I'd like to see what the elevations are and where this stuff is pitching, because you have a couple different ways this water's running off it.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the top of a ball, and you're running in different directions. So, I mean, you do have a major area that you had a concern with, but there's other areas that it's running out too.
Yes.
We do have, just one point of clarification. We do have a topographic plan that was submitted as a part of the permit and the planning that was approved, and that does have, given the fact there was not trees on much of the site, in certain areas, there is a very clear topographic map of the site.
Right, I understand that you did it in the beginning, but what do you have now? Okay?
We have not done the
You
as-built.
haven't done an as-built on it, so,
Well, we're only in the middle of constructing Phase 3. We have 2 more phases to complete, and so we would typically do it at the end of that. Are you asking for it at the end of this
I'm asking that we get something so we know where we're at right now, because you have problems up there, and we've got to try to figure out what it is so we can stop them. There's water running where it shouldn't be running. Okay?
There, water that shouldn't be running. When we started this, and in the last meeting as well, we established that the site and the basin was in the commencement of construction. So the water and the volume of the water could not be captured during that time, so that we did have silt runoff. We're not hiding that, but I'm uncertain what I mean, how to interpret what you've said, given that there wasn't a failure, it was just that we did not have the basin in at all. So the water had to go somewhere.
I noticed that the plans that you handed out, okay, that I was looking at, you had temporary sediment basins that was on the plan, correct? We agree on that?
Yes.
So those weren't put in prior to you starting to strip the land on the top?
We
I mean,
had
that's what I'm
small-
asking you.
We had smaller sediment basins installed. They were not at full capacity at the time of the storm, since we just started construction about half a week prior to the first rain event. That is fully installed and constructed now.
Okay, but the temporary ones, were they in place when you started to strip the top of the field or not?
No, so we needed the dirt that we stripped from the field to build up the temporary basins, because the water table is so high here, we couldn't just dig down, because if we did that, we'd just be introducing more water to the system.
Okay, and what kind of soils you got up there?
I'll let Jeffrey speak to that. He was involved throughout the whole permitting process. He is our civil engineer of record.
Sure. So the site has very poorly draining soils. So in order to address the stormwater runoff from the site, we designed 5 different stormwater basins as well as various swales to capture and convey water coming off of the hilltop and provide volume detention within the basins, and then outlet control structures that contain multiple stage orifices that will regulate the amount of water that leaves the basin. And in addition to, because the site has such poorly draining soils, we did not anticipate that the basins were going to be able to infiltrate or draw down very well. So we designed what are called wick drains in the bottom of the basins. And essentially what that is a crushed stone filled trench with a perforated pipe in it, wrapped in filter fabric, to basically allow water to fill up that perforated pipe. And then we have a relief pipe with a control on the end that will allow us to slowly draw down water if we need to, between, in the event that the basins are not infiltrating very well, which during construction, the basins are going to have a lot of excess silt until the site is fully vegetatively stabilized. So the site is currently in an interim condition during construction where it has not yet reached the design intent, in that the basins are only partially constructed, the conveyance swales are there. The intent of the sediment forebays here, which are upgrading of the basin, is basically to catch water that's coming up the hill, collect it via swales, give it an opportunity to settle out, and then there's an overflow pipe into the basin itself, where then the water has an additional opportunity to accumulate and pond before any of that water would be discharged. So as Greg mentioned, we're still in the midst of that construction phase presently.
So when are your basins going to be completed?
So the basins are, I'd say, about 90% completed right now. We have not installed the outlet control structures at this point, but they are both roughed in and functional, and we won't be exporting anything through those outlet control structures until the site is stabilized, to limit the amount of turbid water flowing through them and out of them.
And you asked plural. The only one that is in construction is number 5. Jeffrey, if you can show that again. Just the plan, really quickly. Yeah, the site plan, pardon me. The only one in construction is that one right there, and the soil that, when we saw what the organics had been stripped off, was only in that section in that corner right there. Nothing to the middle of the sheet to the right. The other 2 bases at the top have the construction started at all, and or the organics been removed.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you go back to the picture, you were asking what amount of the site is stripped. You can kind of see it looks like a little berm, kind of a square berm in that back left corner. None of that area has been touched besides falling trees, which was completed about a year ago at this point.
Yep.
Did you stump that area too?
No, not at all. No, the trees that you can see there, there's where the former, yeah. So you have 2 fields that we've been told at one time used to have hay that were open, and then to the, I guess, the south, right there, the trees have been fallen, but no stumping or grinding has occurred there at all. So the only disturbance, if all at all, is the felling of trees.
Okay.
So if the drainage outlet structure in Basin 5 has not been installed yet, how will that basin drain if we have rainfall tomorrow night, a heavy rain tomorrow night?
We've been pumping the water into a riprap area with sediment socks to get any sediment that would be pumped out eliminated before it goes into this fully vegetated area.
Where is that sediment sock located in relation to the basin?
So it's you can kind of see the ridge in that top, so you can see that grid. And so right there is one area, and then above that as well, where there's felled trees, there's a bit of a riprap, and it's going into them and filtering through the grass and the natural vegetation. That's just to cover anything that would not be caught in the sediment sock.
So the sediment sock is plenty far enough away and it's outside the buffer zone?
Yes, oh yeah, it's, I think we're pumping it about 600-700 feet away from the basins.
And from the perimeter of,
What's that?
the disturbed area is really what your question is, right? So it's not like we have the sock right at the edge.
Correct. I'm
Yes,
just
that is
trying to establish that it's not below the dam and being
Correct.
pumped out below the dam, and therefore is just
No, everything is
running
upgrading.
directly into the
Yep. Up, for
buffer
sure.
zone.
Yep. So you can see lower section where the basin is actually.
Can you go back to the plan and show
yeah.
me on the plan itself that
Yeah, you
shows
bet.
all 3 basins? Yeah.
Jeffrey, if you can point it out where,
I think this is where one of the pump discharge areas is generally in this area.
That's where the end of the diversion ditch is, correct?
Yes.
Correct, yes, the diversion ditch stops
That's a
right
temporary-
right here. Yep.
That was the last area we walked, right? We coming up the trail.
We never made it that far.
I think I walked
But
with Brendan.
it's there, it's a temporary measure, it's not shown on the plan, it's being done as a temporary measure, but I have comments about that as well, which we can
Right.
round back to.
And I have another question about the construction of the back, or the back berm of the detention basin, which you've been working, you said, on now. Is you said you were going to build a road down along the property edge to get the material down into that location. What kind of erosion protection have you put on that road?
you can
Area.
show the road. Jeffrey, can you show where in reference to the road we were discussing? It's on the plan right there. Yep.
Yeah. This is generally where the temporary road is. Do you want me to put up any photos?
Please do.
Of that, Jason?
Yeah, please do.
I walked the site on Saturday to observe the progress. So this is a photo of the temporary road that hugs that kind of northerly edge of the basin berm. And this is leading down to the corner where that riprap triangle is at the limit of work. And this was what was used to for access for the vac truck that they had brought in to begin the sediment cleanup.
Well, do you have a shot of where that is above all of the riprap, the 3 rows
Yeah,
of riprap?
I have, in the presentation, there's a few photos detailing that.
Okay.
So if you go down to that one that was taken today.
This one?
All right, so, yeah, that's.
Or this one?
Yeah, that one, so you can kind of see the road there. Obviously, it's covered with snow, but you guys all saw that huge corner of riprap we have in the corner there that leads down, and that has been cleaned since the last storm event.
So I have some questions about this.
Go ahead.
It's a concern that I have regarding the way that the water's flowing along this edge. So,
What edge was that, pardon me?
well, along the northern property line, so if you could scroll up a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's good, that's good. Now. So you have the road leading down to Basin 5, right? And there's a swale in between the woods on the right-hand side and the road. And it's supposed to be all going into Basin 5, correct?
Yes.
Right. What I observed recently, right, but that's only the lower part. The watershed starts much higher than that. And what I found is that it looks to me, based on the channels and just the way the grade of the land, not all this water is going into this ditch. Some of it is still being directed along the property line where these boulders are. So that's very concerning to me. And also, you have the riprap right before the basin, and obviously you had to do that so that the vac truck could get down there, right? But is there any kind of pipe in that riprap, or is it the water expected to just flow through the stone and into the basin?
So as of now, there's not a pipe. If that's something that we think would be necessary, that's absolutely something we can look at putting in.
I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't, but it is concerning to me, because if you get enough volume of water, my fear is that it's not all going to be able to infiltrate through, and it'll overtop, and it'll go down the road where the vac truck's going, and that would be bad.
Yeah.
Yep, that's my concern too, is that length of that driveway, road, and how it kicks the water behind the basin. And out to that corner of the property where we have the issue. So how that is protected is important.
Can you show the photo, some more of the photos, progress photos, please, Jeffrey? On the deck?
Yeah. Oh, in the slide deck, yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
one?
so if you just want to go to the first aerial and just kind of review.
There you go.
Yep.
So this is the state of the site. Essentially, I think this was about 3 to 4 days before the storm where we were at. You can see we're still working on Basin 2 at that point. That was finished prior to the storm. And then obviously Basin number 5 in the back left corner there, that was
Raw.
pretty much raw, just getting started on it. If we go to the next one, so this was taken last week, so that's kind of what we've done in the 3 weeks, I believe it was, between the storm and last week.
You can see the riprap, 3 rows of it
Yeah.
towards the point where his cursor is. Most of that you guys probably saw during the site walk.
Yes.
Yeah. And then obviously the basin and the sediment basin were added in that time, which is, again, that's going to be the major defense cut with this coming storm. And then today, obviously, it's snowy, so it's not a great picture, but I just wanted to put something in there just so you could see what it looks like. And you can see we have the temporary sediment basin installed, we have the basin installed, we have the overflow control spillway, that was just finished today. You can see the top and that little ridge where the stone is, that is now going all the way down. And then you can see they're actively clearing the snow from that bank there to put more erosion control blankets down on that slope. And that's from Saturday where we were at before we lost daylight.
So those blankets have all been treated with a blanket so that you can control it?
Yes.
By the close of tomorrow, they'll all be there. So
Yeah.
these were done on Saturday, and the other picture you see, the snowy one, that's where they're clearing the snow off. By the close of tomorrow, on the other side, then they will all be done. But I want to make sure you said they are all done. I want to make sure that we're being very clear
Yes.
that they will all be done tomorrow with the work that we're still doing.
Is there water in the basin in that photo?
There is some.
Yep, that's a very, very shallow layer.
Okay.
Can you go to the slide, if you don't mind, Jeffrey, just past, yep, that one?
Yep. And this is just kind of showing the first day of the vac truck site cleanup and the sediment.
I think it's critical here because as we were discussing how deep and how far the temporary road was going to go, I think a lot of people thought we were going to go all the way down to where the silt spilled over. And you can tell right there that it's not actually. It's the very top of where the riprap stopped. And so
Right.
that hose, there's such a significant amount of suction that comes through that hose, being able to carry that all the way out. And so in the area you can see right there, it's just beyond the final silt fence where they're beginning to clean up. And they've cleaned about 50%, I'd say a little bit more, but I appreciate the wetland scientist being conservative.
Yep, and just as you can see there, we're being very careful the way we're cleaning up. We have guys with shovels scooping the sediment into the hose rather than going right on the ground so we can limit disturbance of the detritus layer on the bottom of the sediment.
I witnessed the first day of that myself. It's going to be a very slow-going process,
Yes.
very slow-going. And part of the soils were frozen, which is, I don't think the vac truck is really designed to pick up frozen soil.
There were some challenges where they had to break it up, but they began to break it up more into smaller pieces. And I think towards the afternoon, you did see that once it became mucky, that it was sucking much better without having large chunks.
Right, but you've only gotten so far.
Yes, and we've only done the one day. Our efforts last week were put solely into getting ready for the storm this week.
Which I agree.
Yeah.
Smart.
And then obviously we're going to stay on our limit of work on the 45 Oak Street parcel, sorry about that, until we get permission from the Bazinskis to move on to the Living Trust and begin the cleanup in Sutton.
Right. May I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. In regards to soil sampling on 45 Oak Street, that was, if I remember right, you're going to be doing that on Friday.
Yes.
Did that get done?
Yep.
Okay, good. What lab is that getting sent to?
Pace Analytical.
How do you spell that?
PACE.
Yeah, that's it there as well.
Okay. Pace Analytical. When do you expect the results back?
We anticipate the results by the end of the week. We've asked them to rush them.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and obviously the backing of the rest of it's going to have to wait for now, am I right?
Yeah.
The part of me?
The backing of the rest of 45 Oak Street is going to have to wait until the snow goes and the soil isn't completely frozen, right?
Correct.
All right, so I was just trying to figure out where we are.
Jeffrey, do you mind going up to the construction list? I don't think that it's necessary to go through this exhaustive list, but it is reference for you guys as to what we have done and what next steps are that we are doing.
I'll make sure this gets to you so you can share it with the rest of the board, Brandon.
Right, and when the yes, thank you, and when the soil results come in, obviously, please forward those to me. And do you think, I don't know what the weather's going to do, but it is supposed to be warm and rainy, so I expect a lot of the snow to go away. Ground may thaw. So if that's the case, I remember the plan being sometime next week with the Mazinskis' permission to do some soil sampling on their property. Is that still the idea? If
I think that we have to get a signed permission before we can, but after that.
Okay, and also the certificate of insurance to add them as an additional insured.
Yeah.
Right, so let's work on that.
Okay. I'm unaware, I was out Thursday and Friday a bit with some things. I'm unaware, have we gotten a verbal approval to do work on the Mazinski's property?
You've gotten a verbal so far to do soil sampling,
Okay.
and the Mazinskis are here tonight anyway.
Okay.
They can tell you themselves. I got another issue.
Okay.
In regards to Weston and Sampson. And Weston and Sampson is a contractor to the town of Douglas. So there has to be some kind of I don't even forget what the...
Firewall.
Yeah, some kind of firewall statement submitted to the town. So I recommend that get done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. So you guys are going to get us some updated topographical reading drawings done, right?
So are you asking for an as-built of the...
Right.
How much of the site?
Just basically,
The three phases that we're in construction right now.
right.
Yeah. I think that we can, if it's fair, what I'm going to ask is phase 1 and 2, we can get a proper as-built.
Yeah.
But in phase 3, once we're done, we can provide that as-built to you, if that's okay. If there's still work that's going on, I would be remiss in saying I would not like to provide you something that is interpreted as an as-built
well,
unless you
what
view it
I'm-
as an interim.
kind of what I'm getting at is I want to see where you guys are at, where your finish is going to be,
Yeah.
okay? And make sure that whatever you disturb is protected.
Yep.
Because we get a substantial rain, I don't need the stuff running back down through the woods again.
And
Okay? And that's the main concern of everybody in this room, I think.
And, Mr. Chair, we also want to avoid that.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to look at. Like I said, when I went out there on
Yep.
the 23rd, I was not impressed with what I seen. You're telling me you have done substantial work to stabilize these bankings. And hopefully, if the snow is gone Tuesday, I will be making a site visit out there to see for myself that I'm comfortable with it, okay?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
These are basins that are designed to infiltrate and dry out within 72 hours, once again, just like cubes at Gilboa. And these basins have been holding water for weeks.
Right.
So let's go on with that.
Well, I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
We also stated earlier, and Jeff really explained, that they're still in construction, and the full means of their end result are not in place at the moment.
I don't think that matters, Mr. Chairman. I mean, they're supposed
So
to...
the infiltration, so the means and methods of constructing the infiltration basin in full don't matter.
The basin's supposed to drain in 72 hours. It's supposed to drain in 72 hours.
When fully constructed.
Okay, so during construction, you say they don't drain at all?
No, that's not the case. They're just not draining as effective.
Okay, so...
Jeffrey can speak to the specifics.
Well, wait a minute, before we have Jeffrey, so if I have 2 storms back to back, we can expect them to overtop?
No, I think Greg specifically talked about being able to have measures in place to address that for pumping, and that's why we're doing that, is to ensure that they don't do those things during construction.
Okay, but you still have structures that got to be put in, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
When are they going in?
They should be in the next couple weeks, but still, we have those capped right now because the nature of it, with the site clear as it is, it's going to be turbid water going out of those outlet control structures during construction. So we want to keep that capped and locked in place so none of that water goes out, so we can control when we let the water leave, and we can filter the water as we see fit and make sure no turbid water is getting out of those basins.
Well, I know that however you're filtering it, when I was up there on the 23rd, it wasn't working, because it was going through a silt sock and was evident of it down the stream. So I don't know who's watching it, but the sediment was still getting through.
Yep, and we've worked on making improvements, including adding riprap to the area. We are filtering it through to give it a second layer of protection.
Might I make a point?
Yes.
That the site should be prepared for back-to-back 100-year storms at every stage of development. So if it's necessary for you to have mechanical pumping in order to survive a 100-year storm during development, that should have already been in place before the events that happened preceding December. That should have been part of your development plan. So that's when I referenced last time when I was talking to this group, that we need to see different plans. That's what I'm talking about. This site needs to be prepared for 2 back-to-back 100-year storms at every stage of development, because the storm is not going to wait for you to be done with your basins.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So my concern right now is that this site is still not stabilized. If we did get sufficient rain, we'd be having problems up there still. And you're telling me you're going to put the stuff in a couple of weeks. That doesn't...
So the basins are functional as they're intended to.
But they're not draining. They're not functional because they're not draining.
Jeffrey, can you go into more detail about that? I feel like you're going to explain it better than I can.
Yes, as has been stated, the basins have been roughed in and shaped to their approximate size and dimension. However, the outlets have yet to be installed, which means that we are impounding the water there. As Greg mentioned, the concern, and it is within their rights as the contractor to assess and determine how they manage the water on the site during the construction period. They have opted to pump the basins down between the storm events in order to regulate the water levels, to properly filter the water, because the site is still under construction and we do not have vegetative stabilization yet. So the water is still going to be turbid coming off of the hillside. So they are opting to regulate the water levels in that way. Eventually, when the site becomes more stabilized, they will be able to relieve the water through the proposed final devices in order to get to the final design conditions. But you know, it's within their rights under the US EPA Construction General Permit, which outlines stormwater discharges for a project under construction. They, as the contractor or the site operator, are responsible for construction period stormwater management, and until the site is fully vegetated and all of the BMPs, swales, conveyances, and other measures are in place, we have not yet reached the final design conditions. So that is what is being, the approach that's being taken in the interim conditions.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but if you guys were controlling the water on site, we wouldn't be here tonight, okay? This is water that is not being controlled on site. It's running off to other properties, and those people also have rights.
Yeah.
So that's what we're addressing, and we're trying to get a handle on as to when you're going to get this thing under control.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is what we mentioned earlier. On the first 2 storm events, we had no basin whatsoever there. That was the crux of the issue. I'm not guaranteeing it would hold up if we did, but we had just a flat land of dirt, which is obviously not ideal. But now with these new the basins installed now, we are confident that they will hold what is coming.
With
What's-
the interim construction.
What's the volume that you figured for on this? When you're saying 2 back-to-back storms, are they 2 100-year storms? And you have enough volume in these basins to control that water?
For during construction or?
I'm saying right now. You're telling me right now you...
I can't answer that question. I do not know what was put into the design with, I don't know what was put into the design, but though we are building them as designed and as approved by this board.
Oh, I got a little problem with that one. I mean, we have a volume of water over this whole site, and you're telling me that the catch basins, you're telling me that that's going to control it on site, but we don't know how much water to hold. So,
Again, I'm just a contractor. I don't do the
okay, so
engineering.
is there anybody that can answer that question?
Jeffrey, if you could.
So the basins are designed for the final condition of the site, which means that all of the site under design conditions is fully vegetated, and the basins and all of the swales that convey water into those basins are fully constructed. That is consistent with standard design practice. We're designing for the end conditions. We recognize that stormwater does need to be addressed during construction, but the methods of which and the sequencing of which that is done is largely up to the contractor who's building the project. It falls within construction means and methods. So we as the design engineers do not dictate construction means and methods and how they choose to sequence their construction phasing and logistics and convey water in a temporary state until the final basins and BMPs are there and the site final conditions are achieved.
So Jeffrey, you're the design engineer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I still have not got an answer on the basins, what the volume of water will hold. Will it hold 2 100-year storms back to back when it's done?
First of all, that's not a criteria. There is no design criteria in the stormwater regulations that requires you to design a basin for back-to-back 100-year storms.
Okay.
For the purposes of the proposed hydrological analysis under Mass DEP stormwater management standards, we're required to do a pre- and post-development hydrological comparison of existing to proposed conditions for the 2, 10, and 100-year design storms. Some towns require you to do others or report others. So we also included the 25 as well. And the way that you do that is you model the site runoff conditions based upon the ground cover types that exist under existing conditions, and as well as the corresponding soil type that is present on your site. And you look at the way the water drains off the site, you look at your design analysis points, and then you provide a comparison under post-development conditions where you have to design and implement various stormwater BMPs to control the water runoff or attenuate the runoff from the site during the post-development conditions when the site's fully built out. And you design your basin volumes as well as your outlets to regulate or control the outflow from the basin such that it is less than or equal to the pre-development rates. So that is our basis of design comparison. During the interim construction phase, the site is at a variable state of instability where the runoff rates are constantly changing based upon how the contractor is changing and grading the site. And it is within the realm of the contractor to logistically manage the site during construction to make sure that they are able to control the water during construction to be able to actually construct the stormwater facilities. And then over time, as the site continues to work towards completion, then they will be able to establish vegetation on the site. And what that will do is that will decrease the amount of runoff coming off the site because you've now stabilized it with vegetation. It is going to reduce the turbidity of the runoff because it's stabilizing the soils. And the basins are going to be able to take that water, and the final design will be able to perform in the way that it was designed because we've now reached those end state conditions. So that is the general design methodologies for projects in general, and for this project as well.
Okay, I don't think I got an answer to my question, but I did find out how to build a watch.
Right, so it's not designed for back-to-back 100-year storms, and he's got a point that
No, but if
that's
you...
not what the stormwater...
But what I'm talking about, if you have a 100-year storm, okay, and 4 days later I have another one,
Right.
okay, is that system going to handle it?
It's supposed to, and what Mr. Murphy's saying is that when it's constructed and all done, it should, because 4 days apart, it's supposed to infiltrate within 72 hours. So theoretically, in 3 days' time, it's going to be dry again, and then it'll be able to get filled up again.
Right, I understand.
That's the theory.
I understand
Right
that.
now, however, that's not happening for a number of reasons. And what they're doing, what he's saying is he's asserting his right under the order of conditions in the stormwater pollution prevention plan that the contractor has the leeway to handle the stormwater however they can during the construction process. Currently, that process with the water is to pump it out into a settling basin somewhere else on site. That's what they're doing for the moment. And I don't know if that's acceptable to you or not.
Any input?
Oh, yeah, certainly. So as much it is my belief that the site should be prepared for the back-to-back 100-year storms, 4 days, and apart from that, or throughout the construction site. That's not what this is designed to. So their short answer is no. I understand that construction is you asked for a design parameter, and so design gave you one. And then pointed back to construction because it is kind of their jurisdiction.
Right.
But I think the answer is no. The site can't handle 100-year storms within 4 days of one another because it's not designed to during the construction sequence. And unfortunately, that's what we approved. We approved a design that has a construction sequence that has some leeway in it, which is appropriate. Oftentimes, I mean, I probably have more experience with construction than I do, that we do leave it up to the person who's doing the contractor to make different decisions depending on what the conditions are because they're boots on the ground, they're experiencing it. But yeah, neither the design during the construction phase nor the construction during the construction phase can handle what we would like it to.
You didn't, anything? Eric? Mark?
Nope, I just, I think that the contractor, the developer, is doing what they can at this point to try to fix a situation. I do appreciate the amount of erosion matting that they're installing on the banks, the riprap that they've been adding to the site to try to control the runoff. There were issues that they know that, we know that. I'm looking just to move forward in a way that they're doing the best that they can. And they just have to realize that we have more rains coming this winter. We're going to have this situation occurring again, and you're going to have to be on top of it. When it's raining, you're going to have somebody be out there with a pump, unfortunately.
Yeah. And on that note, we do have overnight supervision Tuesday into Wednesday this coming week. We are going to have guys there from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. until the normal crew comes to pump as needed, to make assessments as needed, and to keep an eye on things to make sure this does not happen again.
Do you have erosion barriers in stock on site to be able to install, should there be issues that are occurring?
We do
Like
not
an
have.
emergency supply there?
We do not have a excessive supply, but we are working on building up that supply on a day-to-day basis.
There are some, but
Yes, there are some.
there is. During the last events, there were people out there that were pumping. When we had, I think, the 1.5-inch rain between the two holidays, they were pumping and they were fixing things as it occurred. I think
That's what I like to hear, because in my knowledge and experience with construction, I see that all the time, where,
Yep.
you have to have, as you said, boots on the ground. You got to have people out there that can react to an issue when it's happening, and not 3 days later come back and say, oh, yeah, this happened, and now we have to fix it. It's better to be reactionary.
Yeah, and we put the update and the chronology together for a reason. It's because it is a situation that is unfortunate for everyone, but we wanted to show that we have been, while reactionary, quick to react. We took measures to both remediate and make adjustments in the field, even prior to being called to the original and first Concom meeting here on the 18th. And we continue to do that. You can see the significant amount of work that we have done and will continue to do. And I think from the developer's perspective, Blue Wave is unlike some and are many renewable energy developers that are more like mortgage sales where they get flipped very frequently. We are the long-term owner of the asset, and we seek with these types of projects to be partners, and it is one of the reasons why we have leaned in so hard to taking the advice of Brandon to work with both the town of Sutton as well as the town of Douglas. It is our goal to be able to correct these things and to limit these types of impacts on others.
Okay, regarding,
You got anything else?
I was going to say, I know Sutton has an enforcement order in place.
They do.
Should our Conservation Commission
I think
have
you
their
should.
own enforcement order for the remediation
I
work?
think you should do that to preserve your rights.
Yep.
And just like the last one, you can decide whether or not you want to do a fine too. I was about to say is regarding the area that the water is pumped to. Are you going to be utilizing, excuse me, are you going to be utilizing that, the basin that you created near the top of the hill for that, or is it something else?
Can Jeffrey, do you mind showing again where the pumping and the water is being dispersed?
Yeah. Yeah, and on that note, the basin at the top of the hill, what we were using that for in this particular instance is all the snow we were removing from the roads and the backside, we are putting into that basin so we don't have it piled up and have more risk of a high melt area that would potentially cause more issues. So we're kind of using that as a snow storage for the time being.
Okay.
I think if you can show, that's where
Yeah,
his
it's hard
cursor
to
is.
say.
Right,
So yeah, kind of by the
zoom in on
lay down
that,
yard up there.
please.
Yeah. That's where the water is being pumped.
Can you zoom in on that, Jeff, please?
Sure.
So there's a diversion ditch. Can you show the outline? Okay, so the water was being pumped into that, right?
That's from Basin 5.
Right, and we have another constituent online, Charlotte Kroll, who lives just to the left of that picture. And the end point for that diversion ditch is right before a wetland that goes straight onto the Kroll property, which she has already witnessed an increase, significant, according to her, a significant increase in water. And the last time you pumped, she noticed turbid water on the property. And she's online, she can speak to it too, but I had a conversation, she came into the town hall today at 5:30, and we had about a 45, 50-minute conversation where she could tell me exactly what's going on with her land and all of her concerns. And this one right here with the diversion ditch ending where it's ending It's no bueno for her property. It's like a direct conduit onto her land. So any pumping that you do of these basins, please do not put it into the diversion ditch. Put it in as far away from the Kroll property as you can. Like you're talking about going up in that upper quadrant and letting it flow, I guess, through the felled trees or through the grass. It's still not perfect situation, but it's better than putting it into the diversion ditch that she's getting immediately impacted by.
Will do.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, and that's what I want to say.
Okay. Is there anything from the audience? Anybody wish to speak?
Yep, Mr. Kroll, we're going to go to the audience and here first, and then we'll go to the folks on Zoom.
All right, well, I'm just curious, this is all of a sudden, everybody wants this wetland, which is really a field access trail. They were protected, now all of a sudden you got it set up so that the water goes into it in a large volume. I was just surprised.
Well, in theory, the diversion ditch is a good thing because it stops water from going directly down towards Basin 5, which would alleviate the amount of water that could potentially overtop and go back into the woods. But the problem is now it's being diverted towards your land, and I heard everything you had to say today regarding the damage that it's caused. But if you could hold on a second, we're going to the folks in the room first, and we'll
Well, I just
circle
wanted
back.
to ask one more question, well, two, but yeah, go ahead and the other people.
Okay. We had a question?
Yep, you have her spot. Thank you. Can we have a chair? Here we go.
Lisa Mozinski, 60 Oak Street. I also represent the Mozinski Living Trust. I wanted to second what Brandon said about diversions that are on the north boundary that are basically maybe for silt or whatever, but there's water towards the top of the road that is angled so it goes into our stone wall. And there's a couple of those on the north side. And that's before you get to the bottom where that sediment.
Jeff, would you mind unsharing? I'm going to do some picture sharing myself.
This is the spaces that we saw
Thank
while
you.
we walked down on the sidewalk.
Yeah, on the left side of the driveway.
Right, and they've done more work, obviously, but what I want to do is show some pictures that regarding what Ms. Mazinski was just saying. Where are we? Oak Street soil pictures. Okay, and where do I want to start? I want to start, here we go. Yep, all right, just a moment. Zoom and share screen, and here we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here is the roadway leading down to Basin 5. Basin 5 is right here where the hand is, okay? So the watershed, starts up here, and you can even see evidence of flow coming through here. There's a stone berm. It goes into it's temporary sediment trap. And what I was having a hard time figuring out is that the water is going to come through this stone faster than it's going to go over the dirt. And that's right along the northern property boundary, okay? And then it continues down, and what it's supposed to be doing is going into this swale right here. And some of it's going to go over the right, but because, and I'm just saying, this is just my observation and use of common sense, and I don't know, powers of logic, I suppose. It's being directed more along the property line here than it is being directed into the stone swale that'll go into Basin 5. So that means there's an opportunity for the water to continue down this left side, which is the north side of the property, and completely bypass Basin 5. So that's a concern that I have right now about the way things are graded in this area, because I want to see as much of this water go into this swale as opposed to bypassing and go along the north side.
Ms. Brzezinski, is that what you were trying to convey a moment ago?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and then I want to share also, I got a set of pictures that I think would be very useful as well. So this is, we ran drone over the property on the day after Christmas. Okay. Here we go. All right, so this is what it looked like the day after Christmas. And you can see they're in the process of constructing Basin 5, which is right here. At the time, they hadn't created the connection from the north side of the road into it yet, but that is done. And they've created, or they've formalized the temporary road going down to this corner a little better since that time. And this is where the vac truck is sitting when they're doing that work. And obviously, here's the areas of riprap that they put in and the number of berms and silt fencing that they put up in this corner, because this is the area that got blown out right here, that went into the Brzezinski land, which is right over here, and then down to Manchogue Pond. Also, I have a shaded relief map. Now, it's not necessarily LiDAR. It's through something called aerial photogrammetry, but it does give you limited topo. So this is the same picture, just with showing outlines of topography a little bit better. So this square right here is where they're going to be putting the snow, correct? This is the road that leads down to Basin 5. They're in the process of stabilizing this back slope right now. And you can see a part of the swale is constructed right here, but I'm concerned the way that the water flow is going and the way they have their berm set up is that some of it is getting directed in this direction along the northern property boundary, which would then head right on back down here, which we want to try to avoid. Okay. The diversion ditch was also in process of being constructed, which is right here. And that comes to an end right around here, which there's a wetland, and then you have the Kroll property. Here's the property line. There's a stone wall right here, which you can make out. All of this fuzzy stuff is trees, because, again, it's a different kind of, it's not LiDAR. Okay, that's another $18,000, which I don't feel like doing at the moment. But when the area is open, it's very good at getting topo. But the water from the diversion ditch was heading straight down onto the Kroll's driveway, which they assert there's been significant damage to already. And they formalized an old farmer's ditch to try to keep the water from going down the hill towards the driveway, and now it's going into the woods in this direction, but it's also washing out some of their paths that they have. Ms. Kroll is very agriculturally minded, and she's been doing a lot of work with disease-resistant chestnut tree planting. Okay. This is the quadrant that hasn't been touched, with the exception of the tree felling. Okay, so you got fields here and the trees.
And the required swell, which there's a perimeter of a silt fence that goes along the outside that's required as part of our swell.
That is true. There is a silt fence along this line.
So in previous meetings, Mrs. Kroll has described the water prior to pumping recently hitting the silt fence, following the silt fence, and going down into the property. Two things occurring: not permitting what once originally used to flow through the wall into her property being caught by the silt fence, and then a concentrated amount of it where it does exit.
Down in this area.
We would be happy to remove the silt fence if this body would say it's okay.
I don't recommend doing that. The other basin, which did overflow a little bit with fine particles down this, the overflow did come down into this area and then around towards the Rossi property, which I believe is right here. And it came down and filled up a drain along the street, which was mucked out in about 2 weeks ago, I want to say. But I'll stop there because I'm taking up Ms. Mazinski's time.
Can I answer that?
So,
Well, Ms. Mazinski's got the floor.
Okay.
so we're abutters, and none of these, excuse me, none of these basins seem to be working. In the summer, there was flow onto Oak Street. As Brandon said a couple weeks ago, in December, there was flow by the Rossies through the stone wall, from across the field, through the stone wall into the gutter. And it was full of silt. And so I looked through minutes and reports because you folks hired somebody to look at the site all the time. The planning board hired Haley Ward. You had Ecotech. Several times, even since June, they urge a redesign of some of these basins. They're just not working. And my fear is that when you folks are gone, they're still going to be just not working. And something serious has to be done because we're dealing with the situation in Sutton, but our folks here, I think from Manchog Pond Foundation, or they're online, that is a serious, serious problem that entered Manchog Pond. And half of Manchog Pond is in Douglas. So we're all responsible for that pond, and that can't happen again. So you need to review the reports that you've been given and see what the recommendations are, and then go with some of that advice, because, anyway, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just get her in the back. The woman in the back there first.
Thank you. Phyllis
Name and address, please.
Phyllis Charpentier, Manchog Pond Foundation. I do live in Sutton, 20 Irma Jones Road. I'm the street after the boat ramp. I'd be interested to hear more about remediation. You know, we're talking about basins and properties, you know, through the woods and the flow. But as Lisa Mazinski pointed out, the flow down Oak Street was significant. And it overwhelmed the BMPs on Oak Street. There's BMPs that were installed through a 319 grant with the town of Douglas, Mass DEP, and Manchog Pond Foundation. And I have those plans. We actually received a call from DEP asking us the status, so I've passed that on today to the town administrator, asking him for a report. But the flow down Oak Street overwhelmed those BMPs. So you have two catch basins and you have the forebay under, you know, there's a pipe in the forebay into the woods. And it went right past them, right into King's Campground driveway. And, you know, we're coming into Douglas, Parker Court to Huff Road. And that just runs parallel to Manchog Pond. So there's been a lot of focus on that Holt Road, wetlands coming through the Mazinskis and, you know, Paul Boudiettes and, you know, to Holt Road. But if you look at Oak Street, I'd like to hear what, you know, Blue Wave would propose to look at remediation on the BMPs for the roadside. And then I don't know why it's coming down that driveway, or if that Basin 1 is overflowing. You know, why is there such a tremendous flow down Oak? If we can stop that. I think that's the most important thing, is to keep the stormwater on site and not into all the abutting properties, not down into Manchug Pond, Stevens, and the Mumford. So, thank you.
Hi, Lori Hout, 41 Oak Street. You guys have heard from me quite a bit, as I was also at the Sutton Conservation Commission meetings, the last 2 meetings, and the Board of Selectmen. I will not bore you with a long story, but I do have some questions. I'm wondering both a question that you had asked, which is how much land was cleared, but also is there more land to be cleared? And by cleared, I mean more trees to be cut down. I'd also like to know how the plan has not been followed, as has been alluded to in a couple of different meetings. It's my understanding that these basins should have been constructed before the vegetation was removed that manages the water. I'm concerned about some of the comments that have been made back and forth, sort of indicating that that the construction company can kind of manage it how they will, as though we don't have any control over this. And if that's the case, I think that some things really need to be looked at for future projects. Maybe there were mistakes made on the part of the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission. I don't know. But I've certainly learned a lot, and I hope that you all have too. One of the things that is of concern to me as well is, obviously the water. This is all about the water, but that we're talking about fully vegetated state, and fully vegetated state up on the hill there was half trees, half grass, right? And topsoil. As I understand it, we have no topsoil at this point. We have no trees and no grass. I don't believe that once these solar panels go in with the cement bases and hay around them, that the estimation of how much water is going to be coming down off of there is accurate. As Brandon kindly shared with me, a full-grown tree can use, 150 gallons of water? It can more than that. So, we're talking per day, we're talking like a swimming pool a day, for just no.
Quite that much.
A swimming pool a day if you take down, 100 trees?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure that there were more than that taken down. I have a swimming pool, so I know how much water that is a day, and what we're seeing is a lot more water on our property. Is that Basin 2 that's nearest us, Brandon?
Good question. Top of my head.
The Rossi property?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Looking at the aerial view,
Would you like me to bring it back up?
No, that's all right. It just, it sort of looks like it's going to do a great job of protecting 45 Oak Street. But we know already that we've been getting a lot more water. Those trees were taken out in March. That was a long time ago. And we've gotten a lot more water there ever since then. We have not been able to use we have 1 acre of woods and 1 acre of, the house and the grass. And it is just muddy back there. We can't even move the tractor right now, and we haven't been able to. My next question would be, how long, if they can go without really managing the water properly during the construction phase because it's not fully built, how long can that go on? They started in March taking these trees out and then did nothing for months. So I guess, when is this going to be done is my question. And what if, at that point, the water is still not managed? Is it just like, well, you guys approved it?
No, that's what we're trying to get a handle on right now, is the water on site has to be controlled, okay? It can't be just flows out, oh, well, it happened. That's not going to be a good answer.
Okay.
The other reason why I asked for the design and what the volume of water these retention ponds will hold was exactly that point you brought up. You're putting solar panels up, they don't absorb water.
Right.
So where is all this water being shed? And if you don't have the vegetation to use the water, is the site adequate, what was designed to allow for that volume of water? Which I still haven't got a solid answer
You
as
probably
far as I'm
won't.
concerned.
I might also add, like, once everything's vegetated, the bottom of the basins won't necessarily be vegetated.
Right.
So they really need to be mucked out and get that fine sediment out of there, because that's what's causing a veneer of clay-sized very fine silt and clay-sized particles that act like we call an aquiclude. So it's stopping the water from going down. This is the same issue that's happening at the cubes at Gilboa. And that needs to be mucked out. The question is do you have to wait until the very end to muck it out, or do you try to muck it out sooner? Do you de-water and muck it out now?
Well, and this brings me to one of my other questions, which is, Jeff mentioned something about drainage out of the ponds, like a drainage system out of the pond, where as I understood it, they're supposed to just drain themselves. I could be wrong on that.
They are.
So,
What they're saying is that once it's completed, they'll
so in that case, the silt can't be there, because then it's not going to work properly.
Correct.
But if there has to be some kind of drainage put in place, is that going to have to be constantly monitored? Because we don't know when it needs to be drained, or because silt might fill it back up again?
The monitoring portion of it is outlined in the long-term operation and maintenance plan, which was submitted with the notice of intent, and that was made part of the order of conditions.
Okay.
So there is.
In addition to that, your question about silt
Excuse me.
falling in, and Brandon's mentioned to it, that is.
Excuse me. You got to go through the chair. You just can't have cross conversations, okay? So as soon as she's done, then I'll let you go ahead and speak, okay?
And the only other thing I really wanted to share is that I really do feel that that fines need to be levied in this case. We are paying Brandon. We have costs associated with this, and I'm surprised that we didn't put through some fines last time that you all met. So that's just my opinion. And any questions that you're able to answer, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Just want to make a correction.
Just state
to
your
what
name
Brandon-
again. Just state your name again.
Jason Smith, Blue Wave,
Thank you.
116 Huntington, Boston. What Brandon was mentioning about the silt, as a part of the plan that we submitted for the operations and maintenance, that is to be monitored and mucked out as appropriate. And that is the standard. Throughout construction, those are mucked out as silt falls into it. And at the very end, prior to putting it into a full operation, they will be mucked out so that they are fully operational. That is a part of the plan. The other piece to this, I think, just want to go backwards a little bit. There are no additional trees that are being cut down. All the trees that have been fallen, there are no more at all. As far as the rest, I think that you and Brandon answered them with regards to our responsibility for trying to keep the water from leaving the site. And I think that it was clear the way that Jeffrey had put it, that I just want to point out, and that is, it is to not permit more water or silt to leave the site than was originally leaving the site. And clearly we're here because that did not happen during construction. And so for that reason, we have done and taken the steps that we have. And one last thing that I want to reiterate is I don't want you to feel like we're abandoning you, because we are the long-term owner of the facility. So if the basins don't work, it would be our responsibility to make them work. And so we are the owner of the asset. We will run it just like it's any other operating facility. And so I think that's something that's unique and different in the world of renewables, that we're not a developer, like I had mentioned before, that we'll be flipping our asset and giving it to somebody else to run and operate. We will be here, and it is our goal and why we're here, to be able to be a long-term partner with Douglas and Sutton.
Okay, so,
Pardon me?
You get one more, Steve.
yeah, I just,
Yeah.
you all set?
I have one thing.
All right, hold on a minute.
Yep.
Is there anybody else on the floor? Yes, sir.
another Mazinski, sorry. Shirley Mazinski, 60 Oak Street, Douglas. So I've heard water testing, and when is it going to be done? And I want to hear your understanding of what's going to be tested, what it's going to be tested for on the Mazinski property.
Well, there's,
Is it okay if she responds?
Yeah, she can respond.
Right, and
Try to keep it going through the chair from the future, that's all, okay?
Thank you. So it's okay if I respond?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think that the Mazinski property, the one in Sutton, is that correct? Okay, so there's no water sampling on the Mazinski property. That would be sediment. The water sampling is in the pond.
Soil.
Soil. Yep. Right now, I believe that the plan calls for the RCRA 8, so that's heavy metals testing that's being proposed, and so that was the testing that was performed on the 45 Oak property, and so that would be on the Mazinski property as well.
Plus, Plus, I believe we specified in Sutton, PFAS.
I don't.
Hold it. You get it?
I was gonna say, so as of right now, PFAS is not in the sampling plan.
So I believe there's another part of, or another part of the development that encourages, and the intent is to have either animals grazing thereafter or vegetation. I would think that those people involved with that would want to test for PFAS.
Would you guys be able to speak to the post-construction use? That one's a little outside of my zone, I'm afraid.
that's also fair. We didn't ask for PFAS in the original. We asked for heavy metals. We didn't think to put that in. It's not in the plan.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sutton touched on that, particularly for any new materials imported to the site.
Well, and that's what we called the testing for, because we were testing what had washed out, presumably whatever washed out was the stuff that had added to the site. So I think it may be, through the chair, an oversight on this board's part to have not requested PFAS in advance of the development of the plan.
Right, and my understanding in Sutton is that any imported soil would be tested for PFAS, and my recollection is what Devin was just saying, that it's only going to be done for materials that are imported, not necessarily for the soil that's already on your property. But
Soil has been imported much before the soil came on our property. It's there, it's run off onto our property.
Correct.
so that begs the question, Mr. Chairman, how much material has been imported onto the site?
Can you answer that?
The volume of it, no, but I can tell you to the limitations of the soil that have been imported. I believe that we addressed this before, and that is the impervious core, the clay that's used for the berm itself for all of the basins. That is the only soil other than the rock, which is clear that is not native, which is your riprap.
Okay, but you do have load receipts for what was brought in, right?
Yes, and they were tested at the site before they left, and we keep track of that, and that's submitted to the EOR, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you could get that information for us then?
Yes. I want to just address the first question when I approached, and that is, we did and submitted an ESA report, and in that, there is no indicator of a need to be able to originally test with PFAS because the use of the site, since I believe it was 1938, probably the rest of you might know better, was an ag site. And so given the state of the existence of the site and the ESA that was performed, the tests were commensurate with those findings, and those have been submitted to the town as a part of the permitting process.
And I would hope you would ask for those tests.
Well, I have a question to end all questions. I've gotten a verbal okay from Lisa
And I agree,
for them to be able to do the soil testing.
with you present.
With me present, correct, in Sutton. Do you still agree to that if they're not going to also test for PFAS? Because I just don't want, I want to answer that question now and not have to deal with it later.
Yeah, I want you present. And I agree to have the soil tested.
Okay. Are you okay testing it without PFAS?
I would prefer PFAS.
But, okay, so you would prefer, but if they don't, is that a hard no? Okay, all right, thank you.
Is there anyone else on the floor? Yes.
Lisa Mozinski, 60 Oak Street again. Can you make that an order, part of the order of conditions for the fine going forward? That they be tested, the soil be tested for PFAS, both on site and the soil that was washed onto our property, the silt? Because, I'm sorry, this is a very prevalent issue today. As my mother said, if you practice agriculture up there, you're going to want to know what's in that soil, and we don't know where that soil came from. And you can't tell me today what the volume of material that you have trucked onto that site, truckload after truckload after truckload every day. So, A, I think the commission needs to know how much soil's been brought in there, excuse me, and material, and it needs to be part of the condition because it's really important that we know what's in that material. And that silt also traveled into the pond and down the sluice way, into Stevens Pond, and into the Mumford River. So we need to know. Simple as that.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In that regard, can you impose additional conditions? And I have it up on the screen, the special conditions under the Douglas bylaw, and I want to direct you to special condition number 6, which reads, "The commission reserves the right to impose additional conditions on any or all portions of this project that could impact an area of statutory interest under the Act." So according to my reading of the order of conditions, the answer is yes, you can impose additional conditions if you want to.
Okay.
And there's one more thing, special condition 7, which I think is really unique. I've never seen this before. This is something that Douglas does. But it reads, "The issuance of 2 enforcement orders will result in a review and possible suspension or revocation of the order of conditions." So if you do issue an enforcement order, that's strike 1. So I just want to make that clear.
2 enforcement orders from Douglas?
2 enforcement orders, I would presume from
the
Douglas.
state governing body?
I would presume so. Yeah. So it's wiffle ball rules, so you get 2 strikes.
Okay.
Okay, someone on the screen?
Oh, yeah, it's Charlotte.
Yep. Charla?
Hang on, I'm getting there. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I have a couple more questions. They brought up the thing about removing some of the fence, and that would resolve my lack of water in my south field. But I'm concerned about my settling pond that's on the other side of the wall. If they silt it up in the process. So the Sullivan land is also drying out. Because that's low and almost near to the wall. Same thing. So I suffer from like 3 different problems. One is lack of water on my southern field, which is killing my small trees and understory.
And excuse me, Charlotte, when Mrs. Kroll talks about fields, there's no open little fields as you normally, expect it on her property, but she has different sections of her woods, which she has agricultural practices, which she calls fields. So it's just really just sections of the woods that she owns, that she's called fields.
When I plant chestnuts, and that's going to be food, so sometimes it's literal. Okay, sections. That section has got a right in the corner. Oh, you can't see my mouse.
Well, I'll try. So this corner?
No, go tighter.
Oh,
the other way,
right
south.
here?
A little bit tighter, right into the corner.
Right here.
Yeah, right there. That's my settling pond. And it's been dry since January. And that killed all my, wetland plants and stuff. And then the water is coming out at the maple tree in a big rush. So all the water that used to slide down there into that corner is now going there and ripping out the center field, or center area, if you want to call it that.
Right, and I want to clarify for you, Mrs. Kroll, that when you say settling basin, there's a natural depression.
Yes.
There's a natural depression right in this area. So
it looks like at one time it was man-made.
It might have been, but it's well grown in. It looks like a mature forest now. But there's a depression right over in here. That's what she's calling
Right, and
the
it's
settlement.
always been wet since I bought this place. It sits there, and when there's a heavy rain, it overflows and flows down over the entire field. Otherwise, it sits there and percolates and comes out up into an area just below the house. If you see the line where the house is, you follow that to the south. See where my house is?
Right here.
Yeah, follow that different color and follow that all the way over, and you'll kind of see like trails going over there.
You can't really make
There's
those
a whole
out.
bunch of springs that come up there.
Yeah.
Keep going to your right. Oh, you're almost on it. You got it. See that little dark spot? Now a little bit down.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that used to be 5 springs there. Now there's 4. So it literally is drying a spring up. And that feeds Stevens Pond. The amount of water that went through there earlier, I've never seen the water top the road on Torrey Road, but it did that storm because it came out the maple tree and down around the house and straight down.
Right. So Torrey Road is over here on the right-hand side.
Right.
And the land goes downhill to a low spot right next to her, right next to the road.
If you want a flat piece of land on this property, you have to make it. So everything is downhill. So when somebody says, oh, well, we'll fix the water, it's a little difficult to understand that because it all goes downhill.
That's a good point, Mr. Chair. This is at a summit point. So it's downhill in all directions.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
So I've got basically some headwaters of Stevens Pond, and I had let's see, take your mouse, follow the thing all the way to the corner.
The lower corner or upper corner?
No, you're almost there.
Down here?
Keep going. No, other way.
Yeah.
North where my property ends and
Which is right around here.
Lisa's start.
Somewhere around here.
There's a spring, no, a little bit farther, another couple more inches.
Okay.
Another inch, keep going. All right, and then go right. There's a spring there. And what the water would do is it would come through the 45 Oak Street, go underground, pop up in that little, what they call wetland, which I call access road, but some people call, whatever, that bump out, and then come back, go back underground and come up in that spring. Now there's so much water going through, it actually washed out all the material in that, what I call seals.
All right, so to reiterate,
I'm sorry, I grew up on a farm.
what Mrs. Kroll's saying is that the water from 45 Oak Street would more or less gently shed off towards her land. It would infiltrate, and it wouldn't pop out of the ground and come to the surface again until somewhere down this area. And now what she's saying is that the water is coming above ground at very high velocities, up much higher, much higher. So she's getting more surface flooding than she ever did. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. And unfortunately, when we bought this property, we had a lot of ATV activity. So we paced the builder while the roads were still messed up to come up and move boulders into that opening. And unfortunately, because of the volume of water coming through there, the boulders are moving. If they slide down and cover that temporary ditch, all that water is going to go straight down our driveway.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to have to...
Yeah, all right, so we got to cut you off there, Charlotte, it's getting late, but I'll reiterate that real quickly. There is a diversion ditch, an old farmer's diversion ditch right here that handles the water to direct it in this northerly direction, but there is a path that leads right down. You see it lines up with a driveway right here. And if that ditch isn't working, the water is going to go straight down here, and it's going to wash out, and tell me if I'm wrong, Charlotte, but it already has washed out portions of your driveway.
To the tune of $15,000.
Okay. Thank you,
I
Charlotte.
can't afford to replace that.
Okay, is there anybody else on the internet that wants to speak? Okay. So, basically, we got a couple things that I find is, I'm not really sure if the site will handle the water volume after it's done, is number one.
Okay.
I'd like to get some clarification. Yep. I'm not sure that the site will handle the volume of water that will be produced when it's done. I'd like to get some clarification on that. Again, the topos, I'd like to get something on that. These concerns you've heard tonight from the people, I'd like to see some kind of a plan that we're going to try to correct some of these, okay?
Well, Mr. Chairman, they have created a restoration plan.
Well, I'm talking about for Charlotte's land and the water run, is that in the restoration?
They've been mostly focusing on Manchog Pond and cleaning up the sediment on the Mozinski land, and there is, sections about continued efforts to maintain the site, keep it stabilized. But I can't say that there's been any talk about, any kind of second look at the engineering design or redesigning it or anything like that. Right.
I've reviewed the plan as well, and it does speak absolutely to the rain event we had.
Right.
That drove our site walk, and it speaks to all of the sediments and the testing that we asked for, the heavy metals, the Manchog Pond, those kinds of things that we had talked about in the past.
Right.
It does not speak to a re-engineering of the way that water would flow across the site.
Okay, so I'm not saying I wanted to re-engineer it. I'm saying I had some questions as to what it would handle, okay? And I still haven't got a solid answer on that one. And as far as, when it's done, okay, with shedding of the water, and is somebody calculated that out correctly? The other thing I was talking about was the berm, maybe doing a little bit of work on the end of that, so we're not shedding that water straight onto that property, on Charlotte's property.
Right. So I would want to hear it from Blue Wave for sure, and give me a minute, but my understanding is the stormwater management plan could probably answer your first question as to how much water can they handle. but it probably doesn't. It's worth asking if they can handle the second question of, can we get the water to shed the same exact way that it used to before the site was altered?
You're up.
A lot of things have been said. We have been asked at the very first event to address a long-term plan and to validate that the original design will hold a long-term water. And I think Jeffrey has submitted that the very first time, which was clarification as to how the SWEP will operate in the future in its end state with calculations. So I believe that the body here has that information already. The second is at the end of the document that we submitted, there is a chronology of the permitting process, who and which third parties on behalf of planning as well as Concom reviewed the calculations that you're looking for, what comments were made, and then how we responded to each of those. So that is there as well. The specific calculation, I think Jeffrey can probably point out where in the documents that we've submitted a few times that you can find those things. So I think that we can point that out for sure. Ms. Dudley, what were the other questions? I forgot your two questions.
Oh, so we'd ask just how much it could handle at the end, which I think is in your existing stormwater management plan.
Correct.
The other one is, would the engineering, I guess, in the final state, distribute the water out to the neighboring properties in the same way it did before the site was disturbed?
Jeffrey, I think you should probably answer this one.
So I think the short answer is that it's, once you have implemented or changed the site, it's hard to go back to an identical condition that you may have had before the project started. So I could get into a long discussion about this, and again, we certainly are cognizant of this, and I think the challenge here is going to be trying to spread out the water once it's leaving the basins and trying to dissipate it to the maximum extent possible. And we did design level spreaders to try to spread out the water over a broader level or area, but certainly are sensitive to trying to, make sure that when the water leaves the property, it's not causing issues. So I feel like there is still opportunities to explore that and try to make it a better situation for everybody in the surrounding neighborhood.
I would just add to what Jeffrey said, then the way that we've addressed it with Mrs. Kroll is that silt fence is adversely affecting the water as it would have otherwise, but we are bound to keeping the silt fence there. So when the construction is complete and the silt fence is removed, the water will move differently. Will it return to the specific state that it was before we did a construction project? I think Jeffrey just identified more than likely not specifically, but there will be a specific modification to the way the water hits a silt fence and moves when it's done with construction and we pull those fences out. And I would imagine that is an improvement from what is occurring today, specifically with Ms. Carla's situation.
Right. Well, I can absolutely understand why she's looking for the silt fence to remove, but at the same token, we can't risk all of that silt escape. But you understand.
No, that's got to stay. Is there anything else on the board?
I wanted to note that I have to leave at 9:30 just because of childcare considerations. I'm going to leave some comments with Eric, and I'm going to head out.
Okay. Mark, you have anything?
Still have a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4. You will?
You will.
Okay, good.
Eric, anything? Mike? Brennan?
So I think you're at the point where you decide to issue an enforcement order or not, and if you do, what should be in it? Now, they've already created a restoration plan. They're on version 3, which I think is probably going to be the final version. And that covers Manchog Pond, sediment, and the Mazinski property, and continuing efforts to keep 45 Oak Street stable. The question is, you should probably, if you do that, I would reiterate the stabilization part, obviously, and then anything else that you're looking for them to do.
Okay, so the other thing that was brought to my attention today, someone who lives over in the area, is on the driveway where it comes out in Sutton area. They're saying that the trucks going in now, there's a tremendous amount of dirt that's being put on that road. So maybe you can get it swept. And also, I guess you got a area for knocking the mud off. It's about 20 feet before you get to the road. Can you extend that so that you can get more area that dirt's not getting out into the road now and all over the place to make matters worse, okay? So that's something I would like to see corrected. And the stabilization, I mean, I can't stress how important that is. And if we have another rain event, we can't have the silt running everywhere. I mean, I understand you guys have the right to control the water on site during construction, but that's the key word. It's got to be on site. It can't, once it reaches that area, then we have a problem, okay? So everything you pretty much presented to me tonight, I understand what you're saying. But by the same token, you got to understand where the Conservation Commission's coming from and the residents in the area are coming from, that this can't be tolerated, okay? So.
And I'll make the statement that, for lack of a better term, the Sutton Conservation Commission is so livid over this whole situation that if you don't issue an enforcement order for 45 Oak Street, they're going to try to claim jurisdiction on Douglas land to do it themselves, for the purposes of protecting the people downhill and in Manchog Pond and beyond.
So, I mean, that's one of the recommendations that I would see, that we are going to issue an enforcement order.
Okay.
And the fines, we'll discuss it.
That's your prerogative.
Yep.
Okay, so then, see what they say.
Okay. Got anything to add to that?
Oh, do you want me to make
Before you run out?
enforcement order?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you make the motion, stick around for the vote. There might be discussion that you may not have time to stick around for.
I know I don't.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna, we'll see how it goes. I'll make the motion that we issue an enforcement order for this Oak Street Solar Project. And I think it was a checkbox 3, right? Because they have an existing plan that we would like to have implemented.
Right, so restoration plan, it's already been submitted.
Right.
That covers certain aspects of this, right? And I presume that, you know, that the Conservation Commission's going to want them to stop all other activities, cease and desist all other activities, and just focus on this part.
Right.
And that the resource area alterations, and not only that, but the source of the alterations is returned, you know, is stabilized and kept in its original condition, with a restoration plan to be, you know, filed with the issuing authority on or before. There's already been one issued for certain parts. Is there anything else that you want them to do?
Well, the other thing is that, according to what you read in the bylaws, we can ask for the PFAS testing also, correct?
You can, if you would like to add that as an additional condition, you'd have to get a motion, second, and vote.
Which would be separate from the motion for the enforcement order.
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. So do you want me to start?
Start with the PFAS.
All right, I make a motion to add PFAS testing for any imported material on the site and the material that has washed off of the site onto the Mazinski property and into the property in Sutton be tested for PFAS.
You have a second? Second by Eric. Vote.
Mark Moncham, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
That is the first time I've ever seen that happen in my 20 years working in Massachusetts.
What's that?
Adding another condition, so.
And then the second is the enforcement order.
Right, so I was just going to make a motion to issue the enforcement order. And again, it's just, they already have the restoration plan. So the restoration order is just to focus on no other development until that plan is enacted.
Question for you. Things to consider. You were talking about an as-built plan. That's something that you could add into the part of the plan, things that they need to do as part of the enforcement order. And is there anything else?
Well, just do what I talked about, maintaining the street and the runoff area.
Do you have any interest in doing the as-built plan as part of the requirements of the enforcement order?
Yes, for Basin 5.
Just solely for Basin 5 in that immediate area?
In that area, correct.
Okay, all right.
So my motion includes the maintenance of the stormwater on the street and the as-built for stormwater Basin 5.
Okay. So those are the additional things on top of what they've already
agreed to do.
Agreed to do and have been doing, I will say that. Oh, yes, and thank you. Remember the swale I was talking about, and I asked if there was a pipe under there?
Right.
Correct.
Are you interested in having them install a pipe in there as a precautionary measure?
I think it'd probably be a good idea.
Okay.
All right, I'll include.
Well, we're getting ourselves into an engineering issue that we shouldn't be getting into as Conservation Commission when we're requesting they do a certain thing on the job, a specific thing on the job. Because
it's a fine line.
No, I would say, in making the motion still, rather than designating a pipe, I would prefer to just specify that there be a sensitivity and an awareness in the engineering associated with the roadway that's there. I mean, we discussed it. I think we all understand what we're talking about when we're talking about potential runoff on the roadway.
Okay.
But it would give them a little leeway to come up with a different solution. Okay. You all set with the north side, that water being diverted, or you want to get it back up into the other diversion area?
I think the same kind of comment that Katie Grace was saying about making sure that the engineering and the construction practices are making sure that the water goes into Basin 5, and that's something I can work with them on.
Okay.
Right, and I think we've made it clear throughout this meeting that the intent is to keep the water on the property, right? We're all working towards.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on what that means. And may I please, sorry?
Yes.
It was stated by Jeffrey that the mandate by the state and the SWEP of the NOI indicates that we are not to send more than was originally. And so I want to make sure that that's clear, because we do have documentation of a significant amount of water leaving the site in 2020 and 2021. Now, that water did not have silt, and that is 100%
caveat, yeah.
like our responsibility. But there was a significant amount of water, and I think many people would say that it has always come off of that location and that property. So to say no water?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that
we're avoiding the type of point outflows and any water that's carrying silt. So that's correct. That any specifically point flows, anything that's being pumped out of a pipe or being, specifically diverted to a particular point, we wouldn't want flowing off the site, which we've spoken to. Understood that site is hydrically connected to other sites, and water will move as it may.
Okay.
So we're just going to be sensitive that we're not having any silt escaping with that water, and that water isn't being, point diverted to spaces off-site.
Okay. At what date would you like these things, present? Let's just talk about the as-built plan. What date would you like that filed by?
I was going to say the next meeting, which I thought.
22nd?
22nd?
I think that's the next meeting.
So it's, I believe that's 2 weeks from today, so that would be the 22nd.
Yep, so I would say that by the 22nd.
Is that even possible?
Oh, sorry, yeah. For the as-built plan for Basin 5.
I just heard something, I just wasn't sure what.
submittal deadline for us to post the agenda?
Right, we're just saying the as-built plan has to exist by the 22nd. I mean, the submittal deadline would be nice. We're wondering if it's possible to get the as-built for Basin 5 by the 22nd of this month.
But they can't build it. I mean, we were asking for an as-built plan. You're saying an as-built plan, and they have to build it still, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
Create
she's
an
asking.
as-built
That's
if
what
it's
she's
not
asking.
built.
I agree. I think what we had mentioned earlier is we have 2 phases beforehand that we can do an as-built. We can't do an as-built for Basin 5 yet, and I would probably say with the timeline associated with it, we would need no snow on the ground to be able to fly with LiDAR, to be able to pick up everything that is at the site once the basin is constructed. So I think by a certain period, we can have the as-built for phase 1 and 2, but 3 with Basin 5, once we're complete, we can provide that within a reasonable amount of time.
So did I just hear that you get to do phase 1 and 2 as well?
Well, he said he can do phase 1 and 2 right now, but phase 5, Basin 5, they can't do right now.
Correct.
Because it's not done.
Or we
Right.
could
Correct.
request not an as-built plan, but an in-progress plan,
Yeah.
if we want that,
There you go. I agree, yeah.
for the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay, so modify the motion that we're requesting.
Wait a minute, Katie.
Okay, go ahead.
Can't do LiDAR.
I don't guarantee we're going to have it ready by the next meeting, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped you, because I seen that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just a matter of logistics. It's not a matter of anything else.
So the next meeting after that is February 12th.
Again, if anything changes between now and then, I think that's going to be fine. If anything changes, I'll make sure we communicate directly with you and let you know immediately, Brandon.
Thank you.
If you're going to put the language in, you might as well just put something like on or before that date. That way,
Okay.
it tells us to do it when we can.
So on or before February 12th?
Yep.
Sure, and it's not an as-built, it's an in-progress.
In progress for Basin
For an
5.
on-progress plan for Basin 5.
Just do as built for 1 and 2 and in progress for 3.
All right,
Okay.
anything else?
Last thing is,
Second,
Yeah,
the motion?
yeah.
Thank
okay.
you.
Vote,
Oh, sorry.
Mark Mangum,
KG Diddley, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Okay, so the enforcement order's done.
Will somebody just please read back the 3 things that are going to be in the enforcement order so I can make sure that I've captured as well?
You have them written down there? Go ahead.
All right, to sweep dirt off the road and extend the area, to catch the dirt before it gets to the road. That was 1. Well, you did have the as-built plan for Basin 5, but we nixed that. I just wrote several points, but stabilization, PFAS testing for additional condition, which is separate, awareness and engineering of roadway and on-site, and then no silt and not point diverted, the water, just off the site in general.
And an in-progress plan.
This is the last piece, yeah.
Okay.
Instead of as-built, it would be in-progress plan for Basin 5 and the area immediately around it.
And I think you probably are referring to, I just want to make sure for the point, for the water,
Right.
mechanically, I presume is what you guys mean.
Well, so if in this process you were to make a new, different swale, it would not be pointed at a single point off property.
Got it. Okay.
So it's not just
That's fine.
mechanical, it's if you did some more earthworks to make a new point diffuse area, it shouldn't go off property.
Perfect. Understood.
I get that.
Yep.
That can go in. And I might as well take this opportunity to introduce everyone to Samantha Carew, who is my assistant, and she is here at no additional expense to the town of Douglas. Just want to point that out.
Do we want to impose a fine?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to issue the fine of $200 per day, starting today, leading up to the completion of the work stated in the enforcement order. Not the completion of all the work that is part of the whole design of the project, but just the completion of the work that we stated in the enforcement order. So this would theoretically go no longer than February 12th. It could be shorter if we get everything by then.
If it's done.
If it's done, right, absolutely. But it wouldn't be longer than February 20th. I mean, assuming they met their deadline, I guess, is what I'm getting at. I'm trying to phrase this in such a way that I'm not just imposing the fine on the project as a whole, is that I'm imposing the fine
Or in
on the
perpetuity.
work that I need to be done. Because I understood that this enforcement, like, not releasing silt onto the road, I mean, that's on for the life of the project. We never want them to do that.
Right.
But for the sake of this enforcement order, the fine goes until we get that.
Go to
that
February
in-progress
12th, and then we can reassess.
Until, yeah, or it could be sooner than February 12th if we get the plans in.
Right.
So yes, to rephrase, the fine is $200 per day, starting today, until we get the in-progress plan associated with the basins as requested as part of the enforcement order.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that I'm clear also with the enforcement order. We're not being asked at the moment to stop work, but to continue our work.
Correct, but you are asked to not do work that is not associated with the, you're asked to not do any work that is not associated with the stormwater management.
And completion of Basin 5.
And fair.
Which
no
is
work on the solar array.
which is already inside of our special conditions in our sequencing plan.
Exactly.
So there's no change.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
We have a second?
Second,
We have a second by Mark. Vote.
Mark Mangum,
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
What are those tickets? All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up,
Next up on the agenda,
Brian Keevan, 41 Pine Street.
and I got to admit,
Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I still don't know anything about that.
So,
We want to
I just wanted to skip past that tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go to Lakeshore Drive enforcement order. Is there anybody here for Lakeside Drive enforcement order? Oh.
Good evening, Chairman Fitzpatrick, members of the commission. For the record, Robert Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive. And certainly much talk about stormwater management tonight. In the case of Lakeshore Drive, I just want to note that stormwater management planning and infrastructure has been absent in the, in the situation that we've dealt with, even with an enforcement order. We had a serious sedimentation event in July, and since then, at least 4 or 5 acres have been cleared. And I believe at the last meeting, the acting chair had directed that letters be sent to property owners requesting a stormwater management plan, and I don't know the answer. Have those letters been sent? That's a question I have.
They have not.
Okay, so who's supposed to send them?
Do you still want me to send them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the letters will be sent out. Okay, they haven't been.
And they will
sent out
direct
yet.
owners to provide a stormwater management plan? Okay.
Well, in order to create a stormwater management plan, it would, I mean, if they just create it, just to create them, and they're never reviewed, that's one thing. I think what you're saying here is that at least a request for determination of applicability is going to be required for construction of those lots, because the Conservation Commission feels that they're within the jurisdiction, and the jurisdiction would have to be triggered by the fact that there has been an alteration of the buffer zone or resource area
Or an impact.
resulting
Yeah.
from the work up top. And I just want to make sure that you're convinced that the work they're doing many hundreds of feet away from the resource areas are indeed impacting the resource area or buffer zones thereof. Because otherwise, it's governmental overreach.
Okay.
Right.
And we do have multiple parties, consultants, two consultants, an engineer and a wetland scientist who have provided documentation to the board indicating that there has been an alteration of land underwater and the bordering vegetated wetland. And there was an estimate of between 5 and 10 yards of sediment into Manchog Pond. So it certainly did affect the resource, and there have been modifications upland that created this. And again, there was absolutely no planning for stormwater management, and that is the single thing that I think will make the difference. That is why I'm here.
Did you review any of this, Brennan?
I've been reviewing this since one of my first days with Matt.
Okay.
And I've been back to this site a number of times, I want to say about a month ago or so, maybe 5 weeks. I met with Mr. Moran and Mr. Goodison, talked about the progress that's been made. You can see in this diagram, the red, what do you call that?
The cloud.
Yeah, the cloud, thank you. The red cloud area is the area, and I agree that is more or less the area that's contributing to the erosion issues, and it's most definitely coming from the road proper. And from what I've seen, Mr. Goodison has been doing a lot of work to help to alleviate the problems that has been occurring.
I would echo and support and thank Mr. Goodison for that. Yes, that's
Right.
true. Yeah.
And I want to point out, sometimes it's not always what you hear, it's what you don't hear. And these last two storms, on December 11th and December 18th, where we got the combined 8+ inches of rain, haven't heard a peep about Lakeshore Drive. Right? So I see that as a positive thing.
Very much so.
That the work that has been implemented by Mr. Goodison is seeing, seeing some benefit, right? So this lot right here, this very large lot is subdivided into, what, 6 lots? 5 lots, sorry, which I think they're all being cut right now.
Yeah.
Right? So I can say that the road itself, yes, absolutely contributing. The lots, however, I personally haven't seen it. So I am...
Well, I'll point you to Mr. Cahill's consultant's letter, which states, "It is quite clear that the roadway is intercepting large volumes of stormwater runoff from the surrounding hillside to the south and redirecting channel flows towards Manchog Pond." So that's a letter that's been entered into the record already.
Well, the commission's already given me my orders. I can't say that I agree with them, but that's my job, is to carry them out. I just say I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the water coming off it. I haven't seen any sediment coming off of these lots. I am wary of doing that and wary of what the future owners might do to fight back against the town, and we would have to prove our jurisdiction. I don't like to get into fights that I know I can't win, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to win this one. But I will.
But the town issued the wrong enforcement orders.
Excuse me. Can you wait until we address you, please?
So anyway, that's it, I'm done.
What do you...
Well, when I went and saw the site, I noticed that the lower lots, the lot that was closest to the pond, certainly contributed to the road runoff. But as you go back towards Northwest Maine, go up on the slope, that those houses did not. The runoff from those lots seemed to cross the Lakeshore Drive and go into the woods on the left side of the road as you're going down towards the pond.
Yeah, towards this way.
So they're not really contributing to the damage that occurred further down the road, in my opinion. So, based on what you just said, I tend to agree with you that to try to include them in the stormwater management plan when they're not contributing is kind of difficult task.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to. And this is my own bias. I don't like to see governmental overreach, especially when I'm the part of the government, and I'm not sure I can win.
But how do we, if Mr. Goodison is making the repairs or doing some work that seems to be achieving what we're looking for, do we leave it at that? Or do we have our DPW take a look at the road and have them?
Well, this is it's all private road.
It's all private.
That's the problem.
True.
Right? So this has been the big headache since day one. It's a private road. We can't just have the highway department come in and save the day, right? Mr. Goodison's been putting in his own forms of BMPs.
He has spent a lot of effort and initiative on that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But I remind the commission that this started in July, and it's my property that has
It's been affected.
been affected. I have a restoration, I paid for a restoration plan to be developed, and I have estimates that are coming in that are close to $40,000 for an event that I did not cause.
Right.
Or ask for, or contribute to.
Right.
And I'm looking for the help so that this doesn't happen again.
Right.
And I think that's right, right? However, what jurisdiction does this body have to make the folks way up the hill, far away from the wetlands, submit an application for pre-construction review? You have to be sure that they're contributing.
I agree.
Are you sure?
The proof's not there.
Because the way the regulations are read is that jurisdiction is not triggered unless and until there has been either you can follow the water or follow the sediment coming down the hill that is coming from the site, and it has at least reached the 100-foot buffer zone mark.
Well, let me ask you this. I do have one question in that regard. The road is a private road.
Correct.
Does that mean who owns the road? Because it's the road that's what's causing the erosion, and are they all part owners of that road, and therefore, do they all become part?
And this is where I think I might employ the assistant of Mr. Benoit, because I believe that the road is owned by Mr. Cahill. Am I wrong? That's the way the parcel data reads. So as far as the road, it's Mr. Cahill, and Mr. Cahill is already included in the enforcement order, but Mr. Cahill has also been working with Mr. Goodison to employ BMPs to help alleviate the problem in areas well more than 100 feet away from resource areas. So I'd say that Mr. Cahill is doing his part as well. So it all comes down to who the new owners of the lots uphill and the work that they may do in the future. So basically what you're doing is you're telling them that when you do start construction, that you need to file an RDA. And I'm sure the people are going to get this letter and they're going to go, for what? Why? I don't get it.
But there's an argument that at the moment when there were 6 lots, that triggers the filing of a stormwater management plan. It's fairly unambiguous that when you have 6 lots, we have more than 4 is I think the language, that a stormwater management plan must be filed.
Maybe under the regulations, but with conservation, which also has jurisdiction under stormwater, just as Mr. Moran said, jurisdiction has to be triggered. You have to be within an area jurisdiction, you have to be within a resource area or the buffer zone there too. And if you're not, there has to be an event that leads excess water or sediment down into a jurisdictional area to trigger your jurisdiction. And I, so far, just haven't seen it for those lots.
For the ones that are undeveloped.
The ones that are currently undeveloped, yes.
But have been cleared.
They have been cleared, and again, I haven't seen the excess water or the sediment coming from the lots themselves. The road, yes, but not the lots. And as far as the road goes, Mr. Cahill has been working with Mr. Goodison on that already, and the proof is in the pudding in the last 2 storms, in my opinion.
Well, there was changes that had to be made after the last storm. I don't know if you saw it right after the 18th.
I've been briefed by Mr. Goodison over what the changes have been. I've I don't want to say ordered him, but I've asked very nicely for him to keep me up to date on all work that he's been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, through the chair, to Mr. Moran, have the conditions gotten worse, better, the same as back in July and August?
My property has not been restored, and the contractors that I've spoken with won't touch it until it's the road and the water problem is resolved. Now, it's true that we haven't seen dramatic flows over our property into the lake of late, which is a positive development. But there were changes that were made even within the last week, the last few days. So I don't know if that's going to hold. And
I would say that we should wait and see what this next storm is going to bring.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
I'm asking for stormwater management plans to be provided.
Stormwater management plan, these stormwater management plans for those lots cannot be provided until, I suppose you could ask for it with the clearing, but then you have to prove that the clearing is triggering a jurisdictional event.
It's not helping the situation.
No, but what he's telling you is we're kind of like in a rock and a hard place. We can't really tell him that he has to give you stormwater plans unless we can prove that the lots being cleared is causing the problem, which right now, all the evidence that's in does not indicate that that water is shedding water onto the roadway to make it worse. Am I correct?
That's my opinion.
So that's where we're at a rock and a hard place. So we're out of our jurisdiction until we can prove that that water is coming from those lots, is going into the roadway and adding to the problem down below.
Right. In the meantime, we have Mr. Goodison and Mr. Cahill working on Lakeshore Drive and Mr. Goodison's property itself to make improvements that I think so far have been positive.
So we're going to wait until the next event?
I think we got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, we're just going to have to monitor it and see where it goes. But I mean, right now, if we don't have jurisdiction, we can't tell them they're going to do anything.
So there's an enforcement order requiring a restoration plan to be implemented.
Right, that is correct. And the restoration plan so far is part of your property, which I have up on the screen, right?
Yep. Which...
Right, and I guess that the rest of the restoration plan, we haven't received anything formal as in the form of site plans or even a narrative. It's basically been ad hoc construction that I can attest, I think has been positive. But I suppose, to Mr. Moran's point, if a restoration plan was required as part of the enforcement order, how formal would you like that for the portions of the road that Mr. Goodison and Mr. Cahill have been working on? Do they need some kind of a plan or even an as-built plan of the things that they've done? Is that reasonable?
I would say what they've done. Yes.
An as-built plan of what they've done is exactly what we need.
Okay. All right. We can start there.
And then we're going to monitor it.
Restoration plan.
We will monitor it and make adjustments as we go.
I see Mr. Goodison's here too, so if you're going to, and Mr. Cahill, really, it's Mr. Cahill. I see they're here as well, so if you're going to have them create an as-built plan, maybe they should have an opportunity to come up as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
Jack Goodison, 55 Lake Shore, and I also just purchased Lot E. And I guess all I can say right now is that I work on the road every day. And after every storm, I watch the water shed and where it's going, and I react to it. What I have done since the storms that dumped water down on Mr. Moran's property is I've stopped it. What I'm doing is I'm taking it back to my own property. In the beginning, I was told that the water normally shedded down through 55 Lake Shore. I had put in 3 rain gardens and multiple trenches across my new driveway. So what I've done is I've guided all that water now back into those areas. It now goes out, hits the rain gardens, settles, and goes down off to the stream. I monitor it after every rain, and nothing negative has happened. And actually, no water has run down the Moran's driveway to the lake, where they have their wattles now off my parking area. I've stopped it.
Okay.
Now, I continue to work on it. What I've done to the new lot, Lot E, is there's a ledge line that runs parallel to the road about 25 yards in, is I've dug that out. And I'm trying to do a kind of a natural water retention area there. The right side of the access going in is holding water right now. The left side, I've filled with wood chips, and it's filtering it. After it filters it, it kind of goes off into the Moran property and then back out across the road and then enters my drains that run down through the property. So, I mean, we're making a tremendous change. I think the result of where we're at right now is, for no better saying, is I've taken the monkey on my own back with this. And I'm spending a substantial amount of money doing it. I'm doing it to be a good neighbor, and I'm doing it because I feel that we're going to get there right now. I prefer not to waste money on drawings and engineering. I'd rather put it into recycled asphalt and excavators and such. So if my oversight by the commission is acceptable and they see that I continue to make progress, I'd prefer that to be the path going forward.
I just think a plan that shows...
The microphone, sorry, Mr. Munder.
I just think that a plan that shows these drainage ways and the pipes under the streets are what we really need to show that work has been done and to show fulfillment of the restoration plan. So I'm sorry, but I think we need something on paper.
Okay, I have sent photographs to Jan and for the file, but...
Right, but from the photographs, I can't tell where in relation to the lot lines those are. And, there really should probably be, even where the drainage easement or drainage is running across your property, it should be identified on a plan, in my opinion.
And Mr. Chairman, I brought up the narrative that accompanies the enforcement order, just so everybody's clear on what the order actually was, and, so you can either maintain it or modify it. And number 3, right here is PRPs, that is the potential responsible parties, shall submit for the Commission's review and approval a restoration plan which shall include a surveyed topographic site plan showing all WPA resource areas and areas ordered to be restored, and include a narrative, right? So what Mr. Mungin's talking about with the plan, the as-built plan, that's covered here, in my opinion. And number 3, do they need to do the narrative, long-term monitoring plan, et cetera, that's up to you. If you're happy with one or more parts of this, then it can be modified, even if it's just verbal. So, I mean, what is the minimum requirements for helping the folks out of this enforcement order eventually?
Well, I think the minimum is to get the drawing.
Okay.
I think that would be the minimum. And then we go from there. That's, I mean, I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the drawing with the pictures that you've already provided are what I would be looking for.
I think that would, given the fact that the commission, it doesn't look like you're going to require or compel applications for the lots further uphill, the consolation prize for Mr. Moran is at least getting the as-built plan.
So my responsibility would stop at my own property, what I've done. The culverts that I've added and introduced into 55 Lakeshore.
If I don't know, I mean, if the culverts are on someone else's property, if they're on Mr. Cahill's property, then we're looking for the culverts wherever they are on the plan, wherever they've been added. So I don't know who does the plan, whether it's you take responsibility for it, or Mr. Cahill does, or Mr. Moran does, but that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, this is the other part of herding cats when it comes to a private road. The roadway is owned by Mr. Cahill, so that part of it would be his responsibility, and any BMPs that are on any other property are the responsibility of the people that have them on their property. So really, it's just Goodison and Cahill is what I'm seeing here. How that gets divided up for costs, that's not up for the commission to decide, but the order is to get an as-built plan, and I'm hoping that somehow, some way, that can get done.
I could introduce I put in two 60-foot, 12-inch drains off the road down into the existing drainage that in the as-built that I had for 55 Lakeshore. I hard piped them in. So I can take that drawing and add these two new drains to it.
Okay.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay. I think we'll get there.
Anything
Oh, yeah.
else? Anything else?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work that you've done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And, oh my goodness, we're finally into new business.
Okay.
Which leads me, this has been 3 hours and 15 minutes of dealing with violations. I'm thinking, because these issues aren't coming to a close anytime soon, and I don't see the amount of time that this commission spends on them getting any less, I would suggest that you break up these meetings between, and maybe even have special meeting just for the enforcement action, because we're going to be here till midnight tonight, if not more.
Yeah, that's what I would like to,
Yeah.
is,
So maybe before the night's over, make a motion to have a special meeting just for the enforcement action, so we're not here to midnight in the future, because it's not going to end anytime soon.
yeah. Okay, so I'm going to open up the public hearing for notice of intent, Christopher Bencourt, 265 Southeast Main Street, map 266, lot 13-6.
We got to read.
Oh, yeah.
We have to read the.
You do, you have, well, you can ask for, somebody make a motion to waive the reading.
I move that we waive the reading of the public hearing notice.
Okay?
Need a second? All in favor?
Mark Bonjam, aye.
I couldn't hear what you...
Just want to waive the reading of the notice.
Hi.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
There's 3 sets. It's labeled at the top. Oh, no, those are your 3. There's a... 5. So everybody just take one. This is 6. Here's lot 7. Just take one there, and then pass the rest. Lot 7 for you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
And then lot 8 as well.
can we just do an administrative formality and just make a statement that the public hearing is opened?
I thought you just did that.
Did you? Okay,
I
sorry.
said that I'm opening the public hearing
Okay, good.
on this here.
Thank you.
I did that at the beginning before.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, yes.
And I'll state that I've been to all 3 of these lots.
I don't think we need all these here that you're giving me here, so.
Oh, there's 3 sets or 3 sheets, so it's labeled the top 6,
Yeah,
7,
yeah.
and 8. You just need to have one of each.
You can have all these back.
And there is no DEP file number issued for any of these, so they're going to have to get continued. Just want to say that. Okay, so we're going to start with Lot 6?
Correct, yep.
Okay, let me bring it up on the screen for everybody to see.
I also have Sophie on as well, and she can present, if you want to just make her co-host. She has them all pulled up already on her computer, so they're all colored
That's
plans
fine.
too.
That's fine by me,
So,
makes my life
Sophie, do you want to just start with Lot 6?
Okay.
Yes, pulling it up right now.
Your name again?
Yep. I'm Tom Schutz from Goddard Consulting. I'm also here with Sophie Shapiro from Goddard Consulting, who's presenting her screen right now. And then we also have Kevin Demers, who is the project engineer, and he's from Dupree Engineering. So we are here on behalf of Bethan Corporation for 3 separate notice of intents, and we'll start with the first one, which is at 295 Southeast Main Street. If I can direct your attention to the top left corner in this section right here, we have an undeveloped forested lot right here. To the north, we have Southeast Main Street. Currently, there's no buildings on it or anything like that. These notice of intents are going to be for 3 adjacent lots, which we'll talk about when we get to those notice of intents in a second. Resource areas on site include a bordering vegetated wetland down here to the south of the proposed building. We also have one up to here to the east, and then off the map here, we have one that's across Southeast Main Street that also casts buffer zone onto the site. So just a quick run through of our colors for the viewing. We have the blue 25-foot limited disturbance buffer zone. We have the green 50-foot limited build buffer zone, and we have the pinkish orange color, which is the 100-foot buffer zone. So the applicant is proposing a 4-bedroom, single-family house, which is outlined in pink right here, and that is within the buffer zone. And then we're going to have an associated asphalt driveway, which is shown in the pink. That's outside of the buffer zone. We're also going to have a sewage management system, which is shown right here, associated grading, which is the black outline here, not colored. And then we're also going to have a dry well, which is going to manage the stormwater from the proposed house. Adjacent to the driveway, we have a infiltration trench, which is going to manage the stormwater for the driveway itself. In the kind of goldish color, this is going to be our stockpiling area during construction. The majority of that is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. We're also going to have a well right here, which is this little circle down to the west of the driveway, also outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. And the entire limit of work is going to be surrounded by an erosion control barrier shown in this purple right here. The entirety of the project is outside of the 25-foot buffer zone, and the only impact to the 50-foot buffer zone is some minor grading up here to the east. So that is my presentation for Lot 6. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can move on to Lot 7.
Why is the limit of disturbance extended so far away from the sewage treatment system? I think, I can't say what direction, but to the right as I'm looking at it.
To the south, it would be.
Could it be closer?
So it's up in this area right here?
Nope, to your right.
Yeah.
Down in here?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe that's just in order to fit the sewage disposal system underground. I think that's the grading required to put it underground in general. So I don't think we can, I mean, we can certainly make the slopes a little bit smaller, but I don't know if Kevin Demers has anything to say about that as well. Again, he's the project engineer. Maybe he can speak to that.
Yes, hi, Kevin Demers from Dupree Engineering. I can speak as the engineer. We had the limited disturbance shown where it is in the upper right portion, I believe to accommodate the reserve area if that needs to be graded as well. We could certainly pull that in slightly if that's if that will work. I can take a look at the grading for that reserve area.
I think what Mr. Muncham's talking about is the area between elevation 542, and the silt fence slash limit of work to the south, which in this map would be to the right of it. It seems to me that Mr. Munchem's asking for that to be tightened up a little bit more, if is that possible?
Yes, I think that would be possible.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is part of a much larger property.
Correct.
Which I was not around for the previous set of lots that were approved. Was the wetland boundary on this lot approved through a order of resource area delineation?
It was not.
So basically, we're doing the wetland boundary verification à la carte, so to speak?
Correct.
Lot by lot, okay. So for this lot, I don't have any, I have no issues with I agree with the wetland delineation as it's depicted on the site plan for this one. Otherwise, I think that they're meeting their requirements for performance standards under 310 CMR 10 and under the bylaw, with the exception of Mr. Mungem's request to tighten up the limit of disturbance in the area behind the septic system.
Anything else, Mark?
No, I see you have drains coming from the gutters that extend. Is that what the FD is? FD signature on here?
Those are French drains, I believe, and that is going to be leading into the dry well.
Yeah, so it's basically a perimeter drain around the foundation drain to keep the, so this is going to be a...
Where's the dry well?
Right, yeah.
The dry well is located to the north of the sewage disposal system, which is this green right here.
Yeah, it's the smaller rectangle to the left of the leach field.
I know, but the drains that come out to the right of the building going towards the wetland T, those are going significantly downhill. They look like they're not going to the dry well, because the dry well's much higher elevation than they are, unless they're getting...
Put underground to a certain elevation. So that's a good question for the engineer.
The FD represents the foundation drain.
Yep.
So that would be subsurface in order to manage groundwater. The roof drainage would be going to that underground dry well system.
Can you say that one more time? So the foundation drain's going to where?
The foundation drain would be going to the rear of the home, towards the 50-foot buffer. If you see the dimension, the 363.6 foot dimension, the FD line above
Right.
that.
Okay, I see that now. That's not. You know what? When you have the foundation drain / sump pump discharges needed line, and then it's a little bit darker than the foundation drain. Kind of looks like the foundation drain's continuing all the way to the wetland. Might want to. I recommend configuring the line somehow so it doesn't kind of makes it look like it's going all the way to the wetland. Am I wrong?
Well, I'm just...
Yeah, I think oh, sorry about that. I think the dimension, the 363.6 foot dimension, it's a little deceptive because it runs directly over the T9 wetland flag. So I think that's what's...
Yeah. Well, you know what it is?
It's throwing that off.
How do they end? I mean, do they just come to the surface and the water comes out on the surface, or is there some kind of a basin or what's at the end of that
Layered in section with
foundation
stone.
drain?
The groundwater simply comes to the surface. So during times of high groundwater, the foundation drain would be a stone trench underground, which with filter fabric surrounding perforated pipe, and this would just flow out onto the surface. It's simply groundwater that's intercepted during high periods of groundwater.
All right, so it's going to daylight Would your commission like to see a flared end section with stone?
No,
No? Okay.
I don't think so. All right.
Just the one down this bottom section of the print that runs over to the wetlands. Where's that actually end? That foundation drain, you see it down the bottom corner
Yeah,
here?
it ends right at the silt fence.
I think it ends
Right
right
at
at the, yeah, the purple line.
The purple line, yep.
Okay.
So it ends 28 feet from the
So you-
wetland.
Yeah, okay.
Well, 25.
Yep, probably so.
All right.
I only get concerned when I see them emptying out on the surface, that the owners, when they buy the land and they think, oh, they have nice land all the way to the, and they're going to extend it out or whatever, so, and all of a sudden they're cutting a trench into the wetland.
Do you feel the need for any kind of signage or other kind of fencing or boulders along the permanent limit of work, so it acts as a permanent demarcation of the, where they're not supposed to go past?
I would directly behind the house. I don't think the rest of the property, I would worry so much about it, but directly behind the house, I would.
Okay, in what form do you like that? Do you like it in the form of a fence, boulders, signage?
Like a split rail fence is what we've asked for in the past.
Okay, so split rail fence directly behind the house, and that's it?
That's my opinion. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I would say just, as long as it runs beyond this here wetlands, get you over to the side a little bit. So you come to the corner where you get at the bottom here, comes up and curves around, you get that angle.
Right to that angle point?
Almost
Right at that
at the
angle.
beginning of the septic.
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah, I see what you said. So basically from that property line to that corner where the septic system is.
Right. Right there, right where you had your pen.
Right here?
Yeah, from there down.
Come down.
Down to here?
All the way down,
Okay.
right there.
Yeah, so if you could add that for the next meeting.
Okay.
We got to continue it anyway.
Yep. Not gonna work.
Okay, so we've got split rail fence in that location. What else? We had questions about the foundation drain, but it sounds like they've been answered and you're
They've
good
been
with it.
answered.
Moving up the erosion control barrier. in the
Move,
back.
yes, and
Move that
try to
barrier
tighten
up.
up the erosion control barrier on the right-hand side there of the leach field. Good.
Yeah, so that angle may move back a little bit, the one that we're ending the split rail fence at.
Yep.
Well, they're gonna move this barrier anyway, so we'll see.
Where's the 100-foot?
It's this pink color right here, and then the off-site wetland is right here.
Heavens, okay. A lot going on there.
There's no grading on the driveway. Which way does the driveway slope? And does it slope back into the road or away from the road?
I believe it's just kind of a flat area, so it might flow back to the road. It's definitely not going to flow towards the wetland, I wouldn't think.
So I see elevation 548 both sides, and then in the middle there's a spot grade that is, I can't even, it's kind of pixelated. It looks like 549 right in the middle of the driveway. So it looks like the middle of the driveway is going to be crested right around elevation 549, and then it's 548 on other side, so.
Why can't it slope to the bottom of the page and come down the swale? And what's the green,
So,
oh, I'm sorry.
oh, sorry about that. I just want to clarify, we'll have a driveway stone infiltration trench to the top side of the driveway. So the intent is to slope the driveway to that side in order to infiltrate through this trench, just as a stormwater treatment method.
And that's that green strip on the north side, on the top of the asphalt driveway.
Correct.
What's the tan thing surrounded by purple?
That's a stockpiling area during construction.
Oh, okay.
And then the purple is just erosion control barrier.
Okay, thank you. That's good. So the driveway's going to slope towards the infiltration trench?
That's the idea.
Got it.
Dupree. Got it. So continuance?
Yeah.
Is the 18th, right? The 18th.
What, the next meeting?
No, the next meeting is the 22nd.
Right.
And then the next meeting after that is February 12th. So, which one?
The next meeting, please.
Okay. So, I would
Make a
ask,
motion, we continue the public hearing till January 22nd.
February. No, yeah, right, no, something. What am I
January,
doing?
right. We have a second? All in favor?
Mark Mangum,
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. All right, let's go to lot 7.
Next.
I make a motion that we suspend, or what's the wording? The reading of the public hearing, waive the reading of the public hearing.
Get a second?
Mark Mangum, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Yep. You have to do the motion to waive. Yeah.
You guys, yeah.
I'm going to get into the weeds.
Okay, lot 7?
Okay, for the record, Tom Schutz, Goddard Consulting. On Zoom, we have Sophie Shapiro, also Goddard Consulting, and Kevin Demers from Dupree Engineering, who's the engineer for the property. So this is a very similar filing from the last, just a little bit, it just laid out a little bit differently for the, the constraints of the site itself.
Hold up 1 minute, please. Just want to open it. Public hearing notice for Christopher Benencourt, 299 South Main Street, map 266, lot 13-7. Is, thank you.
Do you want me to reintroduce myself?
No, keep going.
Okay. So resource areas on site include a bordering vegetated wetland down to the west of the proposed property. We have the blue 25-foot buffer zone. We have the green 50-foot buffer zone, and then we have the pink 100-foot buffer zone here. Similar to the last site, we have a proposed 4-bedroom dwelling, which is laid out a little bit differently than the last site. We have an associated driveway outside a buffer zone with an associated trench drain shown in this green color right here. We have a stockpiling area, similar to the last, outside of buffer zone up in this top east corner. We have the sewage disposal system, which is located down to the west of the proposed driveway. And then we have a dry well, which is located down to the south of the proposed 4-bedroom dwelling. All of this is going to have associated grading, which is shown in the black right here. Finally, there is a well up here outside of the 100-foot buffer zone as well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
These plans aren't, or don't have any scale on them, so what is the slope?
So the scale, this is just a zoomed in copy of it, so we can color it up just so it's an easy viewing for the commission. There's a scale, I believe it's 1 in 40, if I'm not mistaken.
20.
1 in 20?
Right, and I have an 11 by 17 copy, and I have full-size copies over here if you'd like one, of the whole thing. Would you like one of that?
No, I'm okay. I just want to know what the slope, there's a new slope of topo or whatever. I'm having a hard time speaking because it's getting late.
Yeah.
But what is that slope coming down from the septic system to the 25-foot wetland buffer?
Kevin, do you have an answer to that? From the 25-foot buffer zone to the septic system, what is the slope of that?
Correct. So we have a 3-to-1 slope between elevation 542 near the 25-foot buffer up to elevation 550 outside of the septic system.
So that brings me a little bit of concern to have that steep a slope so close to the 25-foot buffer.
I have something.
Would there be any way to step that slope down with a wall or something so that the slope going into the buffer could be a little bit less?
Mr. Chairman, I have some general concerns about the accuracy of the wetland line as well. When I visited the site, I can say definitively that I do not agree with flags D79 and D80, and would request that I meet on site with the applicant's representative to look at these areas, because I think the wetland's going to go upslope even closer to the area of proposed work.
Okay.
Okay.
But it still doesn't change the Mr. Munjum's request, because if that ends up being the case, then these slopes are going to be even more important.
Right.
So you want to continue this until you have a chance to go to the site, and Mark, you want to go?
Yeah, to look at those flags.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
You want to do a site walk, or?
That's why I asked a question about the ORAD.
Understood.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if I need to do the site walk. or
No, I was
if
going to meet.
it's,
I was going to meet with the representative.
Okay.
You can join me
Yeah.
if you
That's what
want.
I was asking, if
I
you
was gonna
wanted to
take
join,
care of
that's
it.
all.
That's why I'm here.
I don't
Right.
feel qualified to do a site walk to look at a wetland edge and determine whether the flags are in the right place or not. So I just would rather you do it, or, we have
Okay.
it peer reviewed or whatever we
I
need
feel
to do.
comfortable
So I'd
doing
like to
it.
make a motion that we continue it.
Yep. And so the question is when, and do you think you could meet me before the 22nd, or should we continue it to the 12th?
I mean, I can meet you this week if you want to.
That's going to be tough.
I can meet you anytime next week. Monday's a little difficult. I have a couple filings next week, so
We'll be in touch. You got a card with you?
yeah, my backpack I can give you after this.
Okay, good.
Okay, so
Make a motion, we continue the public hearing for Lot 7.
we have a second? All in favor?
Mark Munjum, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. That's 7.
Motion's continued.
Okay, this is a public hearing?
Yeah, continue to the 22nd. I didn't say that.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't look like there's anybody in the audience or on Zoom, but did you go to the public?
No.
It's okay, yeah. Let's do it on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't, I can still do it because I haven't opened the next meeting.
I don't think that anybody's here for him, but as we.
Is there anybody in the public on these two? No. Anybody on Zoom?
Very
Okay.
good.
Next one's open a public hearing, notice of intent for Christopher Betancourt, 303 Southeast Main Street, map 266, lot 13-8. You want to waive it?
I make a motion, we waive reading of the public notice.
You got a second? All in favor?
Mark Munjum, aye.
Joe. Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
For the record, Tom Schutz, Goddard Consulting, here with Sophie Sapiro also from Goddard Consulting, and Kevin Demirs from Dupree Engineering. And we are here on 303 Southeast Main Street. Existing conditions, we have a bordering vegetated wetland to the south of the proposed project and to the east of the proposed project. The blue line is the 25-foot no disturb zone. we have the 50-foot buffer zone shown in the green, and then we have the 100-foot buffer zone shown in the pink. The applicant is proposing a 4-bedroom, single-family house, which is shown in the pink, outside of the buffer zone. We also have an associated driveway, also shown in pink, outside of buffer zone, with a trench drain next to the driveway. We have a stockpiling area also outside of buffer zone. The only work within buffer zone is the sewage disposal system, which is this one right here, this large green one to the east of the 4-bedroom house, and then we have a dry well down to the south of the proposed disposal system. Around the entire limit of work is an erosion control barrier. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
There appears on the plan to be quite a bit of area outside the 100-foot buffer that is not being utilized for dry well or septic, you know, and the septic and the dry well are both within the 100-foot buffer. Is there any reason why dry well couldn't be moved over to the area behind the house and moved out of the buffer zone?
That's certainly a good question. Kevin, do you have any answer to that?
Yes, I think we can. I think we can adjust that to fall outside of the 100-foot buffer. We just need to keep a certain setback from the well, which I can look at, you know, putting that closer to, say, the side setback to the west. We may be able to create sufficient setback there. So I think we can. I think we can look at that.
Oh, yeah. I get this well. Yeah, well, he's going to look into it.
So in doing so, would you be able to reduce the amount of buffer disturbance to the right of the septic system there, where the dry well is shown now?
Yes, we'll be able to pull back that grading. Currently, we have a 542 surrounding the dry well in order to get cover on that. So we could certainly hold the existing grading going to the side of that the currently proposed dry well and pull that limit disturbance in within that corner.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do not have any issues with the wetland boundary delineation as depicted on the site plan, and no other comments.
I have a question. Katie Grace left a comment here. She just wanted to clarify if these sites would need a stormwater management plan because there are 5 lots, even though we don't have all the sites at approval at this meeting.
They have done a stormwater checklist for, let me see, where is it? Well, I should let them answer that. I'm not the representative.
Kevin, do you know what this our stormwater management plan entails?
So they do have it.
Yes, we did submit a stormwater management plan for each of these lots. Attached to the submittal. I believe they were followed at least in the PDF version I have. They follow the plan sets, and this goes through the stormwater report checklist. We report the peak runoffs for each storm event, and go through the methodology for calculations. So we have provided that with the submittal.
Right. So I can confirm, Mr. Chairman, that they did indeed submit a stormwater checklist for each one of these properties, and that there is a long-term pollution prevention plan associated with it that can be eventually added as a special condition.
Okay, so you haven't reviewed them at all?
Oh, I have.
You have?
Yeah, I'm good with them.
You're good? Okay.
That's why I haven't said anything. Right?
Mike, you got anything? Mike? Anything?
Sorry, no.
Is there anything from the audience?
Pardon?
Is there anybody online? Okay.
I move that we continue the public hearing for Betancourt, 303 Southeast Main Street, map 266, lot 13A, to January 22nd.
Second.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Eric Harris, aye.
Mike?
Mike Rocco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Okay, continued to 122.
Thank you.
Yep. Safe drive home.
Okay, old business?
Oh, and don't forget the card. Yep.
Let me see this on the page. Okay, public hearing, notice of intent for Nicholas and Mary Beth Mello, 209 Southwest Main Street, single-family home and tight tank replacement. Map 227, lot 34. Yes. I got nothing in there.
Really? Okay, so let's see what we have in the box.
Do you have anything for 8? Do you have anything for the next one, 8?
Do I have anything in here for 8? Nope, blank.
Here's the folder.
Okay, legal notice. Pertaining to Mass General Law 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, the Town of Douglas Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing. This is wrong.
This is already open, Mr. Chairman, so you don't have to repeat that.
All right.
Yeah. It's all right, first night on the job, we're good.
I have to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
So you don't have a quorum.
So that reads 209, that's the right folder for it, right?
Yeah, there's a right folder. I was just looking, this was right there, so.
Okay.
But he's got to recuse himself, so we don't have a quorum.
Wait.
You're right.
I didn't expect to close tonight anyways.
Still can't hear if there's not a quorum. So there's a public hearing, so we can't even,
I can't explain the changes at all.
not even know. Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret. The changes, right, when did they come in?
Well, I was going to go over and then formally submit them to you tonight, because I didn't expect to close tonight. Because the next step is the ZBA, I have to go to the ZBA, and I wanted to make sure we were pretty much kind of all set with this before I did go to the ZBA.
Right, well, you don't have a quorum, so you can't even, you can't even. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that earlier. Sorry, Margaret.
That's okay, so I guess,
You get to spend the night with us for nothing, huh?
well, no, because I'm on next. Well, I'd like to continue this anyways. Can I still submit the hard copies?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I'm going to be pretty strict about getting the materials in a week ahead of time this time.
No,
This year.
You're absolutely correct. So I'm just going to submit to you information I got from Byron Andrews.
Good.
He was very helpful and explained how he got the floodplain, and I was going to go over that with you tonight, but I won't. So I'm going to give you that and a couple of extra plans, okay?
Okay.
And so here's copies of how Andrews determined that flood elevation, which I revised, and then a couple of revised plans, okay? So you
Right.
have the latest and greatest.
Thank you.
All right.
And we'll keep one of these, and we'll keep one of these, and these two go in the file. Okay.
Ready to the next one?
Yep.
Okay, this is a public hearing continued, abbreviated notice of resource delineation, Artwood Investment Group LLC, 33 and 38 Caswell Court, map 137, lots 6 and 8.
So I'm here, I guess at the last meeting, we talked about having a consultant peer review the wetland line. So I don't,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may. So previously, this group had asked for a peer review from Ecotech.
Yeah.
We were going to be moving away from Ecotech as a conscious decision made by at least me and in discussion with the town administrator. And we recommend that Mr. Faniff conduct the flag review. He submitted an estimate of equal value today. So if the board's willing to accept that, I think.
You okay?
That's the same amount that's the same amount that Ecotech submitted for. So I'm not gonna, obviously going to not do more than that.
We have qualified staff on hand to do these things, so we don't have to go over.
Mike, there's a piece of paper there for you. Yeah.
You don't sign it.
So I know this is
$3,000.
I know historically, the commission has used Ecotech for peer review services for such matters, but since we have Brandon on staff, it only makes sense, since he's more available than the
Okay.
peer review consultants to do these.
So has the peer review been done, or no?
It has, and it's only been very recently brought to my attention that what Mr. Benoit just said, so I actually created that today.
Okay, so we're going to have to continue this, because we don't have the peer review done.
Right. I can definitely have the first round done for the 22nd, Margaret.
okay, well, actually, so I guess I would need a copy of the estimate, so that I
Right,
can
right,
get...
the money has to be deposited, and then I
Sure.
would go out, right? But it has to be signed either by the chair or Mr. Benoit, someone who's an officer of the
Yeah, so
town.
if somebody just emails it to me, and then I guess I'm not available the 22nd, so I just assume,
You are the 12th.
Go to
The
February
12th.
12th.
yeah.
Okay.
Same with the other project, too.
Okay. And obviously, we're in the middle of winter, so
Sure.
if there's continuous snow cover, I can't do it. If we have enough of a patchy snow and I can see the ground cover, I can do it,
Okay.
but you know how it goes.
Sure, I know. Just let me know.
Okay.
I'm up next.
You up again?
Yeah, so both of these meetings are getting continued to February
12th.
Okay.
The last one was continued to February 12th, not the 22nd?
No, she went to the 12th.
Okay. Oh, because you're not going to be here.
Right.
Sorry. I'm slow on the uptake.
And even though we're not really doing anything, I still recommend asking the public about Caswell.
Even though we're not doing anything with it?
Even though you're not doing it with it, just...
Is there any questions of Caswell Court in the public? No? Anybody online? No.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. It's a public hearing continuation, notice of intent, Deer Crossing Development LLC, Woodland Road, map 250, lot 6.
Okay, now that one there, believe it or not, we're still waiting on the DEP's comments. Apparently, they just cashed the filing fee on Saturday, so it's been over a month. I don't know what.
So
we're continuing that. I want to, get comments from the DEP so I can address them all at once.
Okay. Is there anything from the public? Anybody online? Okay.
All right, and I'd also say that there were already comments on this end about, it being a complete plan, and we have, where is it? Right, so the notes I have from the 18th were needs a stormwater checklist, do replication, special conditions per Brendan fan of specs, which you know all about.
Yep.
Mr. Mungin asked, need to know the full extent of the road for stormwater, otherwise not a complete plan.
Sure.
So those
Yep.
those are the comments I'd like to reiterate. Thank you.
Yep.
What's that?
All set.
Okay,
February 12th?
February 12th.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
And last one. Was there a motion on the continuance?
Well, I didn't get it. Get
Make a motion, we continue the public hearing for Deer Crossing Development LLC, Woodland Road, map 250, lot 6, till February 12th.
Vote.
Mark Mungin, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, public hearing continuation. Notice of intent, Brad Reardon, 36 Birch Hill Road, single-family home, map 284, lot 20. Oh, we're waiting on this one, Brendan.
I think we were waiting for a DEP file number, if I remember correctly, which we now have.
Yep, you now have the DEP file number.
Yep.
I think we've covered everything. The proposed house locations going in the same footprint, 28 by 48. It's actually slightly smaller than the existing footprint. Les Stevens, 31 Brookside Drive, Douglas, Mass. For the record. As we talked last time about the existing garage, we're going to take an assessment on that. If we decide to take it down and demolish it, it would then go into grass and yard area. So we would not be replacing that, but we won't know until we get onto the site. And I think Brandon had a chance to get onto the site. That was one of the last things that we were waiting on as well, with the DEP number.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, we have a DEP number. I've been to the site, and they've actually already done a bunch of work to improve the situation over there. And I think that, as proposed, unless there are any other tweaks that the commission would require, I think it meets the performance standards under 310 CMR 10 and the Douglas Wetlands Protection Bylaw.
Okay. So we're going to vote on this one here to approve. as
Close the
submitted.
hearing first.
That's right, close the hearing, yeah.
Any questions from the audience?
Yeah.
That's right, questions from the audience.
Anybody from the audience? It's getting late.
I know.
Anybody online? Okay. We're going to close the
I
public.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second? Mark? Vote?
Mark Mungin, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Not sure which one he's talking about. 10? 11.
Okay. I move that we approve the plan for Brad Reardon, 36 Birch Hill Road, map 284, lot 20, with the condition that if the existing garage is to be removed, that the area will become grass or vegetation. And that's all, folks.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
One of the things that has significantly reduced noncompliance and problems during construction has been a formal pre-construction meeting between myself and the contractor at a minimum. Sometimes the engineer when the projects are large. But just so we could meet on site, go over it, usually at the same time as I do the erosion control inspection, to go over the site plans, any questions they may have, and also go over the conditions so they know exactly what the responsibilities are.
I think it's reasonable. We have a motion, we have a second?
A motion for a pre-construction meeting with our conservation agent?
We don't need a vote on that.
Well, that would be, I recommended that be added as a special condition, because it's not a specific special condition right now.
All right.
All right.
So we have a motion to approve it with the
Yep.
special conditions?
With two conditions. One was that the existing garage, if it is to be removed, shall be planted to grass or other vegetation, and that a pre-construction meeting be held with a conservation agent prior to work beginning.
Yep, yeah, with the standard conditions, right?
Yep. Vote? We have a second from Eric?
Mark Moncham, aye.
Mike Ricco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
I think there's a packet too, I think, Jim, put that forward.
The what?
The decision, paperwork to sign. I think we're just waiting on your approval for the, so we can
Okay. Well, I have the signature page for them to sign tonight. Yep.
take the time.
That's it. I suggest that we do some signing. You got 2 enforcement orders to sign and 1 order of conditions. Okay, so here's the order of conditions for Birch Hill Road, and where did I put this order? Oh,
That's true. I said, I agree with putting them off till the end.
the only thing I do right now is find the signature page for the
I
enforcement
think
order
we should do
now.
a couple of them. I'm
We have
okay.
a
We actually did look at them, so I think we,
photocopier.
You need both of these signed?
let's do 2 of them.
I need 3 more of those. Actually, make it 4.
You want both of these signed?
Do you have them?
What's that?
Both of them signed?
Yeah, sign both of them. We do 2 for each.
Oh, I got them. Maybe.
One for the applicant and 1 for our records.
Has May 8th, has that one been done?
I don't think so. It's listed here.
Okay.
I don't mind these 11 o'clocks once in a while, but every week here.
Well,
So we got to
I'll
split them up.
reiterate, I highly suggest that you have a special meeting just for these enforcement orders, because this is kind of ridiculous. Am I wrong?
Oh, yeah, it's like I said, this
Just
is,
for enforcement.
Just, we spent 3 hours and 15 minutes tonight on enforcement order issues.
yeah,
Yep.
we'll do a separate, Mike, at a separate meeting.
Yep.
So we're not here at 11 o'clock at night.
So,
I have reviewed the meeting minutes for Monday, May 8th,
Oh, we haven't done that.
oh, wonderful.
and didn't see any issue with them, and would like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Have a motion to approve the minutes
You good?
for May 8th?
They're okay.
Do we have a second?
I go with you.
Thanks.
All in favor?
Mark Moncham, aye.
Mike Ricco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Did you look at any others, Mike?
No.
All right, I also reviewed the meeting minutes for Monday, May 22nd. Did not see any issues with those meeting minutes, and recommend they be approved.
For May 22nd?
Make a motion they be approved.
For May 22nd? They're not even on there.
No?
No, June 5th, June 26th, July 17th, and August 7th.
There's another,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
There you go, Joe. Another one for signature.
It's only one in May, according to this.
Yeah, I reviewed the meeting minutes for Monday, June 5th, 2023, and make a motion they be approved.
I have a second? All in favor?
Mark Moncham, aye.
Mike Ricco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
That's as far as I got.
That's pretty good, actually.
So what did we get up to? Oh, something.
So for July 17th, we don't have a quorum, and August 7th, we also don't have enough.
Oh, okay.
For those who were in attendance at the meeting.
It's only going to get tougher.
Yeah.
Those minutes were from, Mark? Those are-
May 8th and June 5th.
Yeah, so I guess there's, from the last time we had a meeting, or the time before that, or something, I mean, they're not in a packet for us tonight.
No, we had received them previously, correct.
Yeah, you can adjourn and still sign.
I'm sorry. I'm falling behind on signatures.
Is that it?
Should've jumped in, Eric.
Yeah, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mike?
Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
What are they going to do?
Would it really matter if we opposed to abstain?